All right, we're here. Hi, Stomp. Let's see. And then a lot of talent commands. Today is mostly spent just like last minute stuff. We kind of set up all of our characters. I guess I get my Delve Belt on my Paladin, but we're gonna do maybe some last minute raid prep. Let's see. There's some administrative stuff. I need to update. The single target talents. China offers any China team to win race rule first, and the prize is 1 million. I think that bounty goes up like every single tier too. Is it at 1 million right now? That's crazy. Or even top 3. Did I play BM or MM? The answer is yes, both. Leaning more MM at the start, but the plan is long term to probably transition to BM. But we'll have to see how the patch unfolds. There we go. Max is suddenly Chinese. I don't know. I don't know how much that money has to be for one of the world first teams to change regions. But I also wonder if it would, like, they would still get paid if they did that. Way more than they're getting paid. Yeah. I just wonder if China would pay them though.
What you want? Stay away from them.
Also, chat, what do you guys think my sim is right now? If I simmed myself for pure single target. We'll do a quick sim. Oh, that's not my sim. That's my Raider add-on. My Raider IO add-on. You're guessing 3.2? With my current gear, I'm 687. These are my stats: 25k crit, 6k haste, 14k mastery, 1k verse, some leech, and some more tersh. We got some 3.2s. We got a 3.45 from Chappie. 3.4. Alright, what if I told you guys I used to sim 3.4 before the patch hit? Does that change any of your guesses? I've been patchwork. 2.8. Alright, 3.8's a little high. That's my PI sim. This is my regular 5-minute patchwork. Good afternoon. You curious what spec and build I'm gonna be playing for Soul Hunters? Soul Hunters, it's kind of up in the air. It depends on how neatly they stack. I'm probably just gonna be playing like the raid cleave like MM build, as of right now. But we'll see. If they don't stack well, I might just play Hydras instead of trick shots. Because at least on the way it worked on PTR is like 2 of them are always stacked, but sometimes there's like a 3rd one kind of doing some crazy stuff. And so Hydra might just be better for that fight. I'm not sure yet. Like it was hard to actually get the trick shots effect from testing. But maybe when like the strats more refined, like maybe they're perfectly stacked the whole time and you can just trick shot them. Am I gonna play MM in raid? As of right now, yeah, I've decided I'm playing MM for most of the raid tomorrow. Am I playing MM or BM for high keys? I think it's a little too early to tell. Right now, the plan is I'm playing MM for raid, which means I'm playing MM for keys early because I'll be geared for it. Later in the tier, I plan on playing BM more, but that could change. I don't know. I'm kind of just going off of like as like rotations are more refined over time, maybe talents are discovered, stuff like that. But right now I'm leaning MM to start, like up until I do like, I think MM's better up until like you do plus 12s for sure. And then I also think MM is better in the raid, just in general, like across the board at this point. I think the only time you'd play BM is for specifically like the utility of being BM. Like that would be the reason. You play Dark Ranger in M+? I'm playing Sentinel. Sentinel and Keys. Raid is Dark Ranger. Am I getting the 691 weapon? I already have that weapon. I might buy the other one though. We'll see. You only have 1 spec. It's a hard question. I think if I had to tell someone to one trick something, I would probably say MM at this rate actually. Just because of how like potent it is in raid. And it kind of translates well in the keys. Playing serve in Prague, then we won't get into Mythic the first week, maybe first 2 bosses. Game looks bad on the single target sim. Yeah, BM was looking to be like if MM and BM are really close, typically it's better to play BM, like just in general. But I do think MM has pulled enough ahead where it's just I think it's the play. At least in raid, I think it's definitively the play. I think you're actually doing like pretty powerful damage right now. Like you might see multiple hunters in good comps right now. Your MM Dark Ranger Talents build says it cannot import the old version. Are you clicking the build and importing from Wowhead? MM 5.9, BM only 5.5. Yeah, exactly. Except for the raid, I'm very excited. I think what I might do for content today is once we get lower on content in the game is we might stream watch my guild leaders prep. There's he makes like guide videos. I feel like that'd be good content because I know all the fights already, so I think I could provide some commentary over them. Eating your vape pep today? Yeah, I think I'm doing all my other content first because I already raid prepped, and so it's like lower on my prio list. SPM for the new raid. I'm guessing you just play single target talent for single target fights, no multi-shot build for BM. Yeah, that's what you'd play. And I still play MM over no multi. I think no multi is actually really trapping keys. I typically don't recommend no multi. I recommend multi-shot and all keys if you're playing BM. I think no multi specifically gains a lot of power in groups where you have low single target and low prio. But I find most of the time people don't identify that properly and they end up losing more damage than they could have gained. Only chance to look at the first two bosses. Yeah, I feel like the first three bosses this raid are the ones that you're looking to try and kill early. If you can kill those on the first week, then your guild's in a really good spot. If I had to guess, the first wall is going to be Forge Weaver or Raz, which is the fourth boss. I mean, it might be tuned lightly, but that's the first boss that has like genuinely difficult mechanics. There's potentially a comp requirement. You might need more like split cleave than you normally would in a typical raid comp. Money 5 Frost DKs. Frost DK is probably really good on that fight. That fight, basically the way it works is it's a lot of really strong single target. While there is a split cleave boss ad that has a lot of health. And then there's constant 3 target or like 4 target cleave like throughout most of the fight. And then there's 3 like pylon split cleave that happens occasionally. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. Am I playing MM or BM? Most likely MM at this point. There's been some rotational changes over the last a couple of days, some small changes, some small sim updates, and I think we're looking to be more MM favored. What's the best opener? Depends a lot on which MM build you're playing, but typically I like to multi-shot and then rapid fire to get my bulletstorm stacks up, and then I would rapid fire again, and then I would multi-shot, and then you kind of go into your explosive shot combo. So like explosive shot, aim shot, volley, aim shot. You can multi-shot and then probably have another explosive right there, typically. You just want to get Bulletstorm stacks and then do as much damage as possible with your explosive shots in Mythic Plus. You think they're going 5 DKs? I think it's more likely that you even split between DK and lock, like a 3 and 3 split or something. Because lock's really good. Like specifically Destro is looking particularly strong for a lot of the, like profile wise for a lot of the fights. MM's better than BM. Yeah, I think so. A change in the MM rotation wise. So base changes without any of the talent changes because we do run slightly different talents. Precise shots now is a half global. That's one of the changes from this season to last, or last season to this season. Which means you'll be doing your rotation slightly faster. One of the other changes is Black Arrow or Bleak Powder happens regardless of having trick shots, so you don't need to multi-shot before Black Arrow. Another thing that happened is your Black Arrow now dots the whole pack. Like it doesn't just dot your target, it dots everything. And then, which makes Phantom Pain a lot stronger, AoE wise. And then Black Arrow, if you hit 3 targets with it, gives you trick shots. And so you actually like never have to hit multi-shot or arcane shot if Black Arrow is up. Like Black Arrow is just better than both at this point. And there's like the half global. And then there was like a rework to the tree a little bit. All that really changed is you no longer really have, you now have a choice node between faster true shot and stronger true shot. And you basically have that choice. In keys, if you're playing Dark Ranger, you'd rather go for the shorter true shot. But in all the other builds, like the raid build or the sentinel build, you're playing stronger true shot. And then there's also new talents that we are taking now, and they're explosive shot talents. So you already are familiar with precision detonation from last patch. We were playing this one. But now there's these two. And basically, whenever you like CDR your explosive shot, and explosive shot now gives you a lock and load. So you kind of like hit explosive shot a lot more often just to give you extra aim shots. Aim shot's the thing that you care about there. Explosive shot itself isn't going to be that much damage. But you're going to be getting so many more aim shots that it's like really worth it and it's really good. The DR is the go-to for MM. It's still Sentinel. Still Sentinel and keys. I'm just talking about the raid build. The raid build's the stuff that changed. The Sentinel stuff, I think like nothing really changed with the Sentinel stuff. Best eye level you can get from Delves and Vault this reset? 694, I believe. Yeah, 694. So I have a tier 11 and a tier 8, and they both give 694. You can see it. It's heroic tier. And then you have this 691 tier from the zeros. That's only if you like low roll and don't get anything good from the heroic tier. But so for the first week without tier set, BM or MM, I think just MM across the board is better for raid. For keys, I feel like it's still a toss-up. I feel like it just depends on what you would want to do with your damage profile in keys. Do you want more burst damage or do you want more sustain? That's kind of like what you're looking for right now. So one thing is it is kind of buggy. So remember how I was talking about how there's a half global for spending your precise shots? One of the things that happens sometimes is you don't actually get that half global if you hit it too fast out of like your previous cast. And one of the APL changes, I think, like tries to circumvent that. And so basically you're casting a lot more explosive shots. and you're doing this thing that people used to do last season where you'll see my opener here whenever I can catch one of these mobs. But basically I'm going to aim shot and then instantly explosive shot so that it triggers that first explosive shot. Because of that, now I'm a whole global ahead. So then I can shoot my black arrow to make sure I get that half global. Because otherwise you're sometimes not getting it. You see I just did like a ton of single target damage to that guy without cooldowns. Aim shot, explosive, black arrow. Yeah, that's like the important combo you're gonna want to work around with. Basically, you want to try and like maximize the amount of black arrow potential casts you have. So everything you're doing is just like trying to get as many of those as possible. Another thing is you might have seen me doing this last season, but now it's like officially looked at in the guides, but hitting aim shot, you don't know if you procced a black arrow until after the cast finishes, and a lot of people are really upset about that. What I usually did is I would instantly cast a steady shot afterwards to give myself time to like react to this the potential proc. So that's really important. Apparently that was actually like a large sim gain. I was doing it like kind of like a feely crafty thing, but it turns out it was actually like pretty good an increase there. Because otherwise you're missing potential procs a lot. Because otherwise what a lot of people were doing was aim shot, black arrow, steady shot. And I wouldn't do it all the time. It was like a feely craft thing for me. It was just like, oh, like I should probably do this time. But when you're in true shot, you're like constantly tapping your true shot to see if you would get it. But yeah, and you also no longer have bullet storm in this build, so you don't really have to think about. Basically, rapid fire is like a better steady shot, and you're hitting it just to proc potential black arrows. Or you still have bullet storm, but you don't have incendiary ammunition, so it's like a less powerful thing. Nice. You play explosive shot with Dark Ranger? Yeah, you actually specifically want to play it with the raid build, but not the key build, weirdly enough. I don't know if that'll change. I think Azor is like cooking on that still. I'm not sure if I don't know where he landed on that actually. But basically MM's kind of back in raid. We're pretty hyped for that. Will be the best back for M plus then? Dark Ranger, MM, Sen, or BM? Well, if you're playing MM, it's gonna be well. The thing is like they all do different things. Is the answer? Like you wanna pick the one that's best for you, and so there's not like a one size fits all like build. I don't think. For most overall damage? Yeah, so again, that's like you're gonna have to pick and choose. Like overall damage isn't necessarily the same thing as AoE damage. Command for MM builds that gives builds are old. They can't be imported. Really? Share, import, send, test. Works completely fine for me. It was working fine like an hour ago, so I don't know. Make sure you're like copying it properly. You like click the link. You tried the Dark Ranger one? Here, let me try that one in specific. Maybe that one's broken and the other one isn't. Import DR test. Okay, well that one works. As long as they load on that page, they should all work. If that page ever doesn't load, then that means the things are old. But as long as that web page loads, then it should just work. Are the stats still the same? Mostly yes. These are our stats. How do I run so fast in phase diving? Part of it is I'm playing Trailblazer. But otherwise, I'm not exactly sure. I was playing MM this week, then which would I play? DR Ascent? Yeah, for prior damage. In my group comp. Good question. I'm leaning a little bit more BM with my comp just because they're full fizz and we pull in a sustain profile. But if I had to play MM, I'd probably play Dark Ranger with them. I think we would need more Dark Ranger in that kind of a group. Happy birthday. Thank you. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate it. You've been waiting for me since I think you're EU. I just read that as like next month. You've been waiting for me for 2 days. What's up, man? I'm US, so we like I don't know. I don't know what way is like the right way, but we read it differently than you guys. Did I play alts for fun? Yeah, I do like playing alts. I think they're fun. You're in South America and you also do day, month, year. Donor does day, month, year. Whenever I hang out with people from other countries, I like forget which way even like I do it. Like we do, like let's say I was describing today, right? Today's August 11th, 2025. Right? So you would do month, day, year. I think that's the reasoning. I don't know. I think it's actually, I mean, we do a lot of weird things here. I don't know why we just decided to make all the rules like about us or something. I was just born here. Who did my chat cover? He's on Twitter. His name was WKMZ. What are we going for this tier? Top 20? I don't think we'll ever be top 20, to be honest. You need to rate a lot more than we do, because we only, I don't know, I feel like our hours are kind of low for what we do. Did I do all the side quests? I did, yeah. My renown's this right now. Once I finish this quest, I get a mount, I'm pretty sure. But I'm like hunting this like one mob that is never in my sights. I get it. I think BMSF better for more consistent pull tempo and phys comp, but in pugs, yeah, I think MM is probably just the go-to pug spec. I think BM would be more niche in this case. MM is doing a lot of snap damage, which is really useful in pugs. I feel like pugs also specifically, they'll be wowed if you like destroy a pack in like your first +2 of the week, and you just log in as MM and you one shot the first pack in True Shot, and they're gonna be like, "Whoa, this guy is good," and then you're gonna get invited back. That's what's gonna happen. I wonder if you should play Frost Mage or Hunter. I mean, we're a Hunter channel, so I feel like I gotta push the Hunter. I do think if you're trying to be meta, I feel like you gotta always pick Mage though. Like, I don't know. I mean, Hunter mains we do it to ourselves. We're like never meta. So if you're a Hunter main, you gotta get used to not being like meta. Usually pretty good, but mages are always very, if they're not in the meta, they're very good regardless. Have I ever thought to go to a 5 to 10 world guild? No, because I really like my current guild. I would only ever go to a different guild if like my guild died, I think. That would be a time where I would change my thing. I kind of like rating lower hours in general though. The higher you go, the more people just like consistently over time. And I kind of like doing, I don't know. I feel like you kind of go all in on the raid early if you go in like a guild that high. And I kind of like doing all the content early. Like I actually really like doing the like progging 12s when they're hard, and then progging 13s, and then progging 14s, and then 15s. But I feel like if you're, I don't know, I feel like if you're doing the race, you might miss some of that. I mean, I guess you're doing the race, so you get all that dopamine from the raid itself. But I don't know. I guess I wouldn't mind it, to be honest. But found one. When was the last time Mage wasn't in the meta comp? Season 1 it was Og. Well, it was Og, Frost DK, Enhancement Shaman at the start, and then I feel like Frost DK fell out of the meta and became it became Boomkin at the end. But at no point was in season 1 Mage meta. That's Hunter was my favorite class? It's a good question. See, if I had another favorite class, I'd probably play that if Hunter sucks. But I kind of don't. I feel like it's like Hunter up here, and then there's like multiple levels of like me not really liking other classes, and then it's like probably like monk, druid, like priest, like they're all kind of like right here. Oh, this guy drops a mount. Oh, he's dead. Should you go BM pack later for raid or MM? I'd recommend MM at this point. I think MM's looking really strong. What are you crafting first week? Probably a weapon. If you're not going weapon, then you're going into probably doing like double dawn thread, and you're waiting until you get 4-piece, and then you're crafting whatever tier slot you didn't get. Ideally, it's the ideally it's gloves, I believe. I forget. I looked at the tier the other day. I think you want to not get gloves, but I guess I could look again. This mob's messing me up. Yeah, haste verse. You don't really like these gloves for any of your specs. But like the legs are crit mastery, those are solid for all of them. Chest is crit mastery. Shoulders crit mastery, and then the helmet's crit haste. Like these are all really good stats for everyone. And the gloves kind of suck. Yeah, so crafting gloves is like a decent slot or a decent place to put it. But it kind of depends on your splits. Like that's the only slot you don't want from tier from raid. Hopefully that ends up being the case for you when you clear the raid. And then yeah, your other piece would be wrists. I have boots crafted now because I kind of like my current gloves. And then wrists. And then once the tier starts, I'm gonna craft. I mean, I'll be wearing the boots from Soul Hunters, ideally. Hopefully splits treat me well. And then I would move this craft to gloves once I have 4-piece in the other 4 spots. And if you wanted to wait to craft a weapon, crafting a weapon's always like a very controversial thing. So like you can be really unlucky and never loot a mythic weapon from raid or your vault. And there's many times, I don't know how often you guys have played. I guess all classes kind of run into this problem, not just Hunter, but if you craft a weapon on week, if you hold your spark to craft on the second week of the raid, then you could craft a weapon, and that could be very good for you. It's kind of a gamble. It's like a personal decision you're gonna have to make. Nice, I got my mount. Blueberry. What time are we going to the raid tomorrow? 8:30 Eastern time. So in like 4 hours from now, but tomorrow. Maybe too complicated to explain about how the splits work for my guild. You generally understand how the race guilds do it, but you wonder how other guilds do it. So I have, these are all my alts. The only real alts I have are the monk and the druid. Like those are ones I have like practice in, and they're 687, like they're decent item leveled. Basically we're gonna do like probably like 6 heroic bosses on one of our characters. I don't know which split's going first or which character I'm playing in. I haven't looked. But let's just say my druid splits first. We're gonna do 6 heroic bosses, and then we're gonna go to normal and full clear all of normal on my druid. And then we're going to log on my hunter, do 6 heroic bosses, and then like 8 normal bosses, Um, and at some point, we're probably gonna hold a lockout that has like just maybe soul hunters in the last boss, and then I would log on my monk, and we're gonna do like normal last boss and maybe soul hunters or something. I don't know. I don't know if those boots are still worth doing the split for, but that's typically how we do our splits. So I think I'm not tracking my priest. I kind of want to. Characters. Which one saved? Nice. Okay, that looks good. Anyway, yeah. Use well-geared alts. Yeah. So like all these other characters I have are just characters I have for fun. Like the DK, the shaman, the paladin, the priest, the warrior, and the rogue. Like these guys are just kind of, they're kind of whatever. What spec will I be opening my vault as? I don't think there's a difference between MM and BM. So it'll be a range spec for sure. I was planning on just doing MM, but sometimes every once in a while there's a difference, but usually I think there isn't. Sentinel or pack leader for M plus is serve. I think they're both really good and they have different profiles. Pack leader's like more prio and single target, and then Sentinel's more like not even necessarily more pad, but it's like burstier and tankier. So they're just different. I think they're both good. How likely do I think is you get heroic tier option delve from I think it's pretty unlikely. I feel like it's more often that you get a piece that you could catalyze maybe or something. I don't know. I feel like it's pretty unlikely. A lot of people are gonna be upset, I think, next week when they open their vault. Because they did 8 delves and then they're probably gonna low roll. Unfortunately. I think odds are heavily against getting a tier piece. Even if you could get a tier piece. Because Blizzard still hasn't announced if like that vault could even hold a tier piece. We're assuming that you can, but even if you could, you likely still won't. Unlucky Hunter is gonna get juice with a mythic bow. Yeah, Lumithar. So this boss actually drops so much for us. So first it drops an insanely statted bow. So crit mastery. Oh, they made it so Dark Ranger is now crit mastery. It's not crit haste anymore. And so this is our hard bis for MM, and it's also really good for BM. Just basically as long as it doesn't have verse, you're happy. And then this trinket's really good for us. This belt I don't really care about. This probably go to like a Resto Shaman or something. But yeah. You're on Mythic Raider, but it's MM. This weapons drop in dungeons, right? Yeah, you'll get a good weapon from dungeons eventually, probably. I feel like if you're relying on your mythic vault to give you a weapon though, it's really unlikely. Like that's the kind of thing like as a hunter streamer, I've just like kept tabs on a lot of hunters that come in my chat a lot. And there's people that have been like, "Oh, like I crafted the second week and then my third week my vault had a weapon," and they're like upset, right? But there's also other people that are like, "Oh, I never crafted a weapon because I was expecting to get a weapon and it's week 9 and I never got my weapon and I'm doing no damage." So like I've seen both ends of like if you craft early, there's a chance you get upset because you loot another bow. But then if you never craft, there's a chance you get upset because you low rolled a bunch of times in a row. So I don't know. It's just a decision you're gonna have to make. If you want to go with the gloves, I think that's a good idea. I think that's probably what I'm doing. I think rating increases the odds that you're probably crafting gloves bracers. Yeah. It's worth the risk. Yeah, it really just depends how online you want to be, or how fast you want to be online. Because if you wait to craft the weapon, not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow, then you're just going to be set for the entire season. And then maybe you'll loot a weapon, which is going to be like a 3M level upgrade. But like, I think weapon craft is typically the go-to if you're not raiding, I think. You think we can get a weapon tomorrow? No. No, it's not tomorrow. It's a week from tomorrow. That's what I was saying. So tomorrow's just 1.5 sparks. So like you would have to hold your craft all week to be able to craft a weapon the next week. It's basically a decision that you're gonna have to make on your own. Just that there are pros and cons to it, and I don't know. I've seen people get upset for doing either one, so I feel like the safe play is always just craft a weapon, unless you're really greeding for it. I'll probably greed for it, so I'm probably crafting a glove. So is Dark Ranger crit mastery now for single target and raid? Yes, that is how it works. I have a command for stats here. Do you guys do normal or just save to finish off people's 4 sets? We do normal, and we specifically do like 3 runs of the last boss to try and like make sure everyone gets their 4 set, or at least everyone who cares about their 4 set. Occasionally there's classes that only care about like 2-piece. That was gonna be us for a little bit. I was planning on being like a 2-piece gamer for BM for a little bit. But I think we're 4-piece MM gaming now. The 4 sets seem pretty good. Yeah, the MM one's really good. Unless people exploit again. That is true. That's what happened last time. So last time we were supposed to have 1.5 sparks, and then some people cheated, and I wonder if they're gonna fix that this time or not. But yeah. Will I have 2 sparks starting next week? Yeah, that could be a thing.
Dungeon.
Oh, sometimes that just happens. I don't like that. The opener for DR aimed, explosive shot, black arrow, rapid fire aimed. Yeah, that looks good. Cheat? Yeah, some people like, I forget exactly how they did it last time. They like didn't get a spark on the previous week, and then they like farmed their bad luck protection sparks from last week, and then they turned the quest in, I think. And that ended up getting them an extra spark. And then enough people did it accidentally that Blizzard just gave the entire game half a spark to make up for it. Do I use a macro for binding shot and bursting shot? I mean, I have at cursors for them. That's what you mean? But no, there's like they're different buttons, and you just hit them separately. The quests don't give anything now. And maybe they got around it, or they fixed the go around. Crafting a 2 weapon is the same as using the amount of sparks as crafting a wrist and a belt. Yes, but so crafting 2 items isn't necessarily stronger than crafting 1 item. Like a wrist is like a very low value slot, and so most of the time crafting a wrist and a belt is going to be less damage than crafting a weapon. like net gain on your character. Like you have to make sure you like weigh all of that properly. If I already 100k for survival mastery, maybe, but it depends. You should sim it. It's potentially different for you. Can I show you a small opener in raid? Sure. But from my understanding, you're basically like, I mean, you don't really delay your true shot that much. Like you just delay it like a couple globals. So like, I'm gonna do it here in a second, but it's like aim shot, and then at the end of your cast, you're gonna explosive shot. And then you're gonna black arrow, rapid fire, aim shot. Because you have the instant cast. Like with your true shot at the same time, and then you're gonna black arrow instantly because you're gonna get a black arrow proc when you hit true shot. So like here, I'll do it right here. So I'm like mashing explosive shot, then I send my black arrow, then I got a rapid fire. Oh, actually I meant to true shot there, and then you're just in like your generic rotation again. And you're like fishing for black arrow procs. I mean, I'm not getting any, and you don't really hit explosive shot in your true shot window. You kind of just wait, and then when you're out, you can start hitting explosive shot again. That's kind of it. So that was my damage right there for like a little opener. Gear wise, is it easy to swap? Not really. So you need different rings and neck. That's the main thing that you would do. So like if you see my haste right here, I have 9% haste, right? So I'm gonna swap to BM, and you're gonna see all that change was my neck, my ring, and my trinket, but I changed it so I have 20k haste now. Because like the items I swapped were let me save that. The items I swapped were a trinket, a ring, and a neck, but those items were all heavy haste. And so I mean, to play it, all you do is you swap those, like your jewelry, basically. Because all your other stats are, like, both specs love crit, haste, and mastery. Well, specifically, they all love crit mastery, but BM in specific loves haste, like, a lot. And so you just want to, like, to have rings that don't have haste on them for MM, and then haste rings or something. What weapon is that? This is the one from Visions. You can just buy it over here. What weapon enchant? I have it set to Radiant Power right now. I'll probably change it to Council's Guile now that I'm an MM main. But I had Radiant Power to be able to swap between them easier. Oh, so this is the guy right here that sells the weapons. There's a MM specific gun. Like I would only wear this one for MM, and then this is the one I would play if you're playing both. I did buy the gun, but I think I'm not gonna waste my stones on it, my Valor stones. Like it's not worth it for me. Anyway, yeah, I should probably use Council's Guile actually. Now that I'm an MM main. You're new to WoW, any advice? I know there's like a lot to do, but I feel like you kind of just have to like play the game. I don't know, like have you leveled yet? I feel like you want to level and then you want to go into Mythic Plus keys and like get used to like the mechanics and just like moving around the world. You thought BM was the play? So there was a rotational change. Basically, I'm planning on playing MM in raid the first week for every single boss, I think, at this point. Where is it? Actually, this was my single target sim. This is like quite a bit higher than my BM sim. To the point where like I feel like you're probably just playing MM at this point. Amateurs on my previous stream on PTR, I did nice AoE damage and Gambit as survival. But why is everyone so sad about survival for Mythic Plus? Well, so doing big damage on survival isn't necessarily what makes something meta and why it's low on tier lists. I think people put it low on tier lists is because that's all it does. All the other specs in the game have like a raid buff and like utility on top of that. But if all we're doing is providing damage, and not like absurd damage by any means, like decent damage, then that's the problem there. You went to 3.7 from 3.6? Yeah. I just would never, I could never see myself swapping races like that for damage. I would only swap races for utility, I think. Like if there's like a void off racial cheese on the last boss to like skip the beams or something. Or like just dwarf cheesing and keys or something. Give survival a death grip. We could like harpoon people in. That'd be kind of cool. We just steal their raid buff. Survival seems like it's gonna pump on single target bosses at least. Yeah, I do think MM might be out simming survival now though, on pure single target. So it did lose its niche. Like it used to be, I was potentially playing survival on Fractilis because that's gonna be like a potential hard single target wall boss. But now I'm gonna do more as Dark Ranger MM, and then I also get to stay in range. And I have a feeling that range is gonna be extremely useful in Fractilis because of the death circle and the mythic mechanic. If that makes it into the fight. We're still unsure about how some of these fights will work out. You seem like 80k more on MM than BM, you think now? Let's see. What does the explosive shot spell alert graphic mean now if you don't run an explosive shot as survival? Like you're playing Harmonize? You just play Harmonize instead. And I think you just don't have one anymore, I think. You sent 3.4. I don't know. This is where I'm simming right now. I've been patchwork. Are you like, would you say your gear's like pretty bissed out, Rick? I also don't know if the more recent APL changes are in right now. Any consideration on playing Serve or MM? For raid, I think there's 0 chance at this point. For keys, I feel like I'm more okay with that option potentially, just because of how useful, just in general, some of our kit is, like having a melee kick and being like a little bit tankier. But I think I would still rather play MM in both cases. You're 685, you're not super min maxed. What was mine? Mine was 3.6. Nice. Oh, I need to open 5 more. PvP chest give rep? No. I was only there for that achievement.
These clashing elementals are packed with healing properties. Let's stock up while they're occupied.
What about MM versus BM and raid? Is it totally grief to go BM? I think with the recent changes, I wouldn't play BM at this point. I think it would hurt my raid team too much. But I do always recommend playing what you feel more comfortable as, or just like what you prefer playing as well. Like especially early on, I feel like if you're playing a spec you're uncomfortable on or don't like, or for whatever reason you have, you're probably more likely to die or make mistakes, and then at that point you're better off playing the other thing, right? You're raid lane for the first time and you main Boomy and Warlock until now. Nice. I think BM Hunter is a very good raid leading spec. Probably one of the best. You're summing 3.3, is that decent? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well executed. Harmit will be thrilled with all this excess muck. We'll make sure it's distributed.
You have a 670 Jaster that makes you sim lower. I see. Yeah, I can see that. I do think Jaster is very good, especially now that Mastery is so useful for us. Like Jaster is very, very good now. Why did haste lose so much value? A couple things, but basically like there's more mastery scaling, and then also I feel like it was actually maybe the precise shots change or something. But like a couple more things scale with mastery now. And by having less haste, it's actually easier to do some of our like our combos. Like hitting explosive shot after aim shot is like a little easier to do, like the less haste you have.
Someone didn't get the message. These are earthen resources.
The recent changes to MM. Just like this patch, the ones that came out like 6 days ago. They made it so that bleak powder, I think, gets masteried. I think this is like a whole new talent. They made it so you're like your black arrow dot spreads. They like nerfed Phantom Pain, but like everything in the pack's getting Phantom Pain now. And then like this entire like talent rework over here, like we have like double tap. These talents got changed. Will I be doing any dungeons today? Probably not today, no. I did all my dungeons on 4 or 5 characters now. Oh yeah, I don't track my mage. Yeah. I kind of don't really want to do them on any others because like past that, I don't know, maybe I can do them on my DK or my shaman. That's 100 times. You just tuned in. What I plan on rating as? I plan on rating as MM for all fights at this point. Like all 8, I think I'm MM. Rogue buffs win. I don't know what happened to rogues. People were really high on rogues. I feel like their sim numbers look low. But maybe I'm being gaslit. And they're really good in keys. Like I can't imagine them being bad in raid. I don't know. Anyone know the fastest way to gear a crush character? Capping your crests, M0s was really OP for me. And crafting weathered crest crafts. It's also really good. You can craft a 675 piece for 30 weathereds. And so if you cap your weathereds, you could craft 3 pieces. So you probably craft like that stuff. And then you do a 5 mask vision and get a 691 weapon. And then the Nightfall event is pretty good. Isn't Sin Omega pumping keys? Yeah, you're basically... I think all 3 rogue specs actually kind of owning keys, and people sleep on Outlaw, but I think it's because they don't play phys comps. But yeah, Sub's really good in raid too. And then even Sin's really good on some buses in the raid. Like any of the fights with funnel. There's a couple of them. Phys comps don't exist. I mean, that's like all I play, so I don't know.
Clean things up a bit, would you?
Sim gained 400k since early yesterday. Yep, that's us. Can I explain the reason for MM's huge deviation in damage? Yeah, so whenever you hit aim shot, you have a 15% chance to get death blow, which gives you a free black arrow. And then you also have a 25% chance on your rapid fire to get a black arrow. And then your auto shots also have an 8% chance to get a death blow. And basically, if you get a lot of procs, you do a lot of damage. Like, I don't know. I think you high roll like 10% more damage or something right now. I have to look at the charts again. But I don't know. We're like the highest variation in the game right now. Like by a lot. And so that's where the variation comes from for the most part.
Take care of it. Maybe now the excavation can continue.
Also has to do with the new tier, right? Yeah, I think it's the 4th set. It's the one that makes your like withering fire like shoot more black arrows. The new tier also gives you a little bit more variation. Basically, every time you like shoot a black arrow, you have like a 50-50 like coin flip of getting a like a proc basically that makes your next true shot stronger. And so there's just like RNG on top of RNG. If you don't think I'm an idiot, please tell me where you can read the August 12th patch notes. You really tried to find them but couldn't. You also don't have anyone to ask. Yeah, sure. I think they're just on the front page. I thought. Here, I found it. This is the class tuning that's coming out tomorrow. Wait, PSC, you're getting kind of crazy. You gotta chill out. Yep, no problem. Oh, and he's like flaming someone else in chat. Hi, Mr. Cow's friends. It'd be fun if you get lucky. Yeah.
See those Nerubians? They're all keen to fight for their queen's favor. Don't let them ascend.
What does an AoE opener look like for Send MM and Keys when Valley and True Shot both give double tap?
I need to get close.
Hold up. We have to fight. Okay. Basically, you're gonna want to so if you're playing Scent, I like to go ahead and get Bulletstorm before I do like the whole combo. So I'll like rapid fire into. Oh, this guy is just attacking me.
Now their queen will need to look elsewhere for suitable minions. Good work.
And then you basically, so first I would explosive shot before you do your volley combo because that's gonna give you a lock and load, right? And then after your volley combo, you're gonna get that explosive shot back. So I would like aim shot explosive and then go into your true shot window. You can spend that true shot on rapid fire with the new tier, and it's like kind of fun to do that. In single target, that'll give you double Bulletstorm stacks. But and then you could volley. You only ever want to double tap an aim shot in volley. So if you send your volley before your true shot, then you get to double tap both of the aim shots. But if you send the volley after, then you want to make sure the first one's on a rapid fire. You're simming 200k more as MM. Should you play MM? I would say typically, unless you have like a strong preference for one or the other, like you should play the higher simming one, right? But I mean, if you said that and then we're like, but I love MM, then like, you know, I could just be like, you should probably play, or you should probably play like whichever one you like better, you know? You love MM? Well then there you go. You got baited. Am I cooked that you sim higher on BM than MM by 200k almost? Hmm. Do you have like a ton of haste? Like an absurd amount? %. Here, let me swap to my BM gear. And then I'll sim my MM character. Or sim as MM. Just to get like, I feel like this would probably be like the lower bound of like my item level. How am I playing my true shot? Am I pressing kill shot after every aim shot to not punch? Yeah. You never want to munch a proc. Munching a proc is like a massive damage loss, and so you basically always want to potentially get one like every time. And if you ever miss a black arrow proc, you lost a lot of damage. By doing so, specifically in true shot, because like that, so much of your damage is like focused directly into there. All right, I think my sim's done. Okay, so this is my like giga haste sim, and this is my like proper one. You can see this is me playing like Arakara Sack Brood, Haste String, Haste Neck. Same talents, just worse gear. And let me sim my like optimal BM. You like spamming kill shot? Yeah, it can be a lot of button mashing. But yeah, it is just your cooldown window, and I think I'm okay with my cooldown window kind of being like really high APM. It won't show up in logs, but like you're hitting like 3 globals or like 3 buttons in one global because you're like, is it this one? Is it that one? Is it this one? You're checking. Okay, so you guys can see here. So this is MM with my BM gear. So I have like giga high haste, like 30% almost. My BM is simming higher than that, slightly. But then my optimal MM is simming this much more than BM. So. You think you're too old for intermission, Kaiveza, question mark? You can't keep up with the speed? Unfortunate. There used to be a weaker that like could cheese it, but I got like fixed instantly, I think. Other bosses, I'm gonna play the 2 target cleave talent. I'm considering it for Nexus King. I think that would be a good boss to play Aspect of the Hydra. Recommended not track with camera, just bird's eye view it. I think that's the strat I do. I just kind of like, if this is the hexagon or like this area right here is where she's doing her game, I just stand out here and see where she goes. I've seen other people stand in the very center and see where she goes. I kind of like being like an outsider looking in, but I think it's the same strat. You're an edger? Yeah, I liked edging. But I was watching, I think it was Dorky earlier, or maybe it was someone else. But they were an inside circle person. Am I going MM for raid and M plus? Um, for raid definitely. For keys probably at the start, but long term I'm still unsure what I'd want to play. I'm still leaning BM I think, but we'll have to see. What's better for 10 keys? BM or MM? Probably MM. Like a generic pug key. Again, I do think there's a use case where I think BM's really good, but I would say your generic pug key is probably more favored towards MM. IPL change. We're back on 1.5 minutes. Yeah, we're on 1.5s for once you get new tier. But right now we're at 2. I think Arms or Fury. Next season is Fury. I think last season Arms was better in like most keys, but I think next season it's Fury. Fury's kind of well, I think specifically Arms looks like it's gonna be terrible. Is the problem. Aren't you at 1 minute? No, you play this talent, and so you become a 1.5 with the new tier. But right now we're at 2 minute. You checked Icy Veins, and they're recommending MM Dark Ranger for M plus. Nice. Yeah, the I think it's the APL stuff. Daily lockout for that trinket that gives you crit stats from the eye bosses. You know, yeah, one of them's a daily and one of them's a weekly. If you import my talents, it uses the other one. Well, the key build does. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we're talking about the different things here or something. But my single target build has this, but my key build has the 1 minute build. So it's different depending on what build you're playing, I believe. Although I do think it's just across the board swapping to Unerring Vision. I feel like every class in the game is kind of a 1.5 minute right now. I feel like you wanna like not be a 2 minute class. Like being a 2 minute class, unless you're getting PI or something, is like lowering your chances for success. Now let me edit this. Update a clipboard. All right, I think that's good. Have I thought about it? Been asked to be a guide writer? No, but also the guy who does the guides is really good. He does everything like about as good as you could expect it to be done. I don't think there's any reason to do that. Isn't there very few 2-minute specs now? Yeah, basically Hunter is like the option. Like Sentinel has is what's it called? Is like a 2-minute because it doesn't have like the CDR. Or it could be a 145, but I feel like a 145 is like even more cursed somehow than being a 2-minute.
Dungeon.
Jeez. So I feel like you'd rather just commit to being a 2-minute and then you can have like two-minute trinkets like line up that way. So high for the season. Same. How far behind is Serve right now? I think it's too far behind right now for me to play it in serious content at this point. But I will still be playing it, and I think it's a lot better than it was last season, so that's good. The AoE opener for Dark Ranger. It's kind of the same as I would say it's similar to Sentinel. It just doesn't do the explosive shot stuff. So like usually I multi-shot, I get my bullet storms with rapid fire. And I multi-shot again. And then I go into my aim shot, and then I hit true shot and send my black arrow into the pack. Beast Mastery. Or did they just do more tuning? So they're nerfing like our 2 set from this season? Of course, I click the link and then my Chrome is just spinning. Have I tried the no multi-shot build? Yep, we're the ones who cooked that build like 5 or 6 weeks ago or something at this point. Yeah, so they nerfed our two-piece build. Our two-piece was like really strong actually for BM. It was like one of the better ones in the game. Is that just the tuning they announced before? I think it's updated. I think it's updated. Full list of changes. So this is the stuff they already had plus new stuff, I believe. This was done 4 minutes ago. Yeah, like Frost DK got a nerf. I have no idea what this means because I'm not a DK main, but that's their single target ability. And then Rider of the Apocalypse gets nerfed. Deathbringer got nerfed. Yo, Godwell, thanks for the sub. I said Ikun. I don't think it's mandatory, but I think it's the best race for by a long shot. These Havoc buffs are really good. Havoc was kind of low in terms of pure single target, and now it's like I feel like you're definitely playing. You're getting your DH buff from Havoc now. It was like I don't think it was really up in the air, but I feel like now it solidifies that. Feral buffs. I think Feral. Okay, I think Havoc's really good in keys, by the way. So from a key perspective, this is sick. DK being nerfed is really interesting for the overall meta of keys and the raid, because right now I think you were gonna play like probably like 3 DKs, like minimum 2. I don't know how much this changes that, but I still think they're really good. But this was really good for that. Feral buffs are really good for 2 things. One, well, Lick is Lick's like malding in the corner right now. Our Boomkin. But now he's playing Feral. But this looks really good. So primary target damage, so you're getting like more funnel and keys, more single target. Also just more single target. And that's, I don't know, this just looks really strong just from reading it. All they did for us is they nerfed our season 2 tier set, which was probably too strong. Like we were probably going to wear 2-piece for a while, and now we're not. If you were going to play BM. Frostmage getting a small nerf. I guess it's expected. They were pretty strong. Mistweaver damage nerfed. I feel like that's just mean for keys. And then Demonology got some nerfs. Destruction got a 2-set nerf for Destro. And then Shaman Enhancement. A little bit of single target. A little bit of single target. And a little bit of single target. I don't know what these numbers mean in terms of like the grand scheme of things. You know if our Frosty Keys are running Deathbringers or Riders? I mean, as of before this post, they were all Riders. I don't know what this means. Like, I don't know if this means they no longer play Riders anymore. Yeah, small nerfs to Warlock and DK. Small nerf to Frostmage. I was kind of hyped to play Frostmage, it's one of my alts. You knew DK was in trouble once people started putting 4 of them in the race comp predictions. Am I gonna play BM for M plus in raid this season? Leaning more MM at this point. Game without multi-shot is crazy, but I like it. Yeah, it has some positives. It has good single target and prio. Hunter's just kind of mid, or are we still strong? I feel like MM is like upper middle of the pack. I don't know if you play 2 in like a race to world first comp, but I feel like you're in a pretty good spot. MM has really good execute and really good burst. So I feel like it's still got a really good place. My since win was MMDR simming 5.9 today. You found some damage? We did. There's a new build and APL changes to accommodate it. So rotational changes. Am I gonna play MM now? In raid for sure. I think for all bosses I'm playing MM. Where's it 5.9? Just every sim. Like BIS sims. How bad would the 2-piece nerf be to BM? Well, first it's this current season's like Undermine's tier set. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but it'll be mostly irrelevant in like 2 weeks because you'll be like pushed off of your current tier set eventually. Why do you aim shot into explosive shot? if you press explosive shot right after aim shot, it'll actually reach the target first. So you'll still explode it. You hope for an MM buff, seems to be good for the first 2 weeks and then fall off. Yeah. Yeah, the BM Hunter nerf was undermined tier set. Seems like we're MMDR for raid and M plus. Yep. I recrafted all my gear and I dropped all my haste. It's like heavy crit. Like I'm at 25k crit right now and then 14k mastery. And you actually want a little bit of verse too. Like at some point you're gonna over index into too much crit and too much mastery and you like kind of go into verse a little bit. And this might even be too much haste, but it's good enough. I couldn't really drop too much without like just making myself worse. What are the rotational changes? Basically you're playing the explosive shot talents is all. And so to min-max them, you're hitting explosive shot. Like outside of true shot, you're using explosive shots to get more aim shots. That's basically the TLDR. As Dark Ranger, you want mastery? Yeah, that's new to this season when they changed our talents with all the hunter changes. They increased the value of mastery for us by quite a bit. The big winner here is Elemental Shaman. Yeah, Elemental Shamans are smiling right now. Okay, I can't tell. I just sort of ban that guy. That is an over chill. Wait, Abe, should I believe the warlocks in our guild? They're talking about the warlock changes. Is it actually over or are they just being warlocks? Hi Mitch. These talents are mythic plus. This is pure single target. If you want any of my talents, I have them in commands. Like, I'm sure you guys might want these. You don't trust the warlocks? Okay. It's 100% over. You're a warlock? But that's what they said. How much stonks did Feral get there? I haven't gotten any of the numbers yet. I'm trying to wait for like people to cook numbers in any way. 5 to 6% nerfs. Does the APL change just affect single target? It's mostly single target. The only thing that changed for keys is like you're playing on Naring now. The Wild Imp nerf is kind of big. I guess we only implode now, even on single target. Am I going to keep pushing on MM or BM? My plan is MM at the start of the patch, and then BM potentially way later once I have gear for it. But I'm rating as MM, and I'm keying as MM to start. That's my current plan. I have the spreadsheet of when to break the old tier set. I do, but it is... I think it's not public until tomorrow.
Enter dungeon.
Okay, I'm getting rid of this. Enter dungeon, Rikara. That was just for MDI. It was to make sure we get back into the dungeons really fast after the dungeon. Did I see the BM nerfs? Those aren't BM nerfs. Well, okay, so they're technically BM nerfs. All that is they're nerfing the Undermine 2 set. But that's not super relevant long term. But yeah. It's just the Undermine 2 set nerf is the thing that happened there. But MM's unchanged, and BM will be unchanged in a couple weeks when you no longer have your current 2 set. Definitely MMFT's extra nerfs this tier set. I agree. I think honestly, I think even without those nerfs, I was specifically like MM for every single boss. Like the only reason you would swap specs is if you didn't care about your damage and you were trying to do something in specific. Like you needed to be melee for a fight, or you needed to do like a crazy like coin job on like Bandit or something. Like that would be the only reasons you wouldn't play MM at this point. Like it's way too far ahead, I think. Can I show the MMDR key build? Sure. This is the current one. Again, I would ignore the left side. The left side is like a lot of these utility points kind of just change around. Your gear is so haste heavy. Yeah, you kind of need to change your stats a little bit around. Like let's let my sims up. Yeah, so here I was simming. So this is my current MM sim. This was my MM sim, but wearing my haste gear for BM. And then this was my BM sim. So you see the difference here. And this is before they just nerfed our tier set. So our tier set's now weaker. So this will be like an even lower number. Yeah. And so like this is bad gear, good gear. So if you could drop your haste, like you could gain a lot of damage. But if you do have a lot of haste, it might be beneficial to stay BM at that point. So are you playing raid? MM as of right now. I think we're super high on the MM train. My MM preference is strongly for raid, but because I'm gearing for raid, I kind of have to play it in keys for like probably the first month. Like you don't really have the ability to get multiple gear sets early on. And so like I have to like fully index into being an MM Dark Ranger. This is a trick shot build? This is a trick shot build. That's also not necessarily what you'd play in like a raid cleave fight or something. This is just like your single target talents. You also play DR in keys? Yes. I'll be playing Dark Ranger in keys. It was the one I have in the command. All my commands are updated. Which bosses will have cleave anyway? Only one. That's incorrect. For the raid, so this fight is, I would say it's generally a single target fight. Technically there's a 2 target phase, but that's like not really a phase. This is pure single target. This is a cleave fight, so there's consistent like 3 target for most of it, and then there's like giant 2-minute AoE burst fest on this boss. And then this fight is, I would say it's mostly single target with some 4 target sprinkled in. And this fight is consistent 3 target. So it's not quite that simple. And then this is pure single target. This is a mixture of single target with damage amps, 2 target, and an ad phase. And then this, it's hard to read the like intermission phase, but basically it's going to be single target at the start and then single target here with some ads, which basically seem like single target ads to me. But there's a world where they're cleaved together, maybe with like grips or something. We figure out something to do like that. But yeah. What's the best belt option? You just want to play crit. So critical chain. That's what you play for MM. Then you want a little haste on DR for raid? No, not really. You actually want like specifically like less than I have. And I cut out a lot of haste for Dark Ranger. You should save your character and double check. But I recommend playing BM long term. So the thing is there's two different damage profiles. So the way damage profiles work is BM is a very flat profile with good prio and good single target. And then MM is bursty and also has good prio, I guess, at this point. But basically, you're basically playing burst versus sustain. That's kind of the difference between the two. And there certain comps or certain routes and certain dungeons and certain team comps can favor one over the other. And so that's where I would say the difference in their strengths lies. And so I think it's up to you guys. Am I not feeling serve? I feel like serve is worse than the two range counterparts right now. I do think it is really good. I think it's upper middle of the pack, but I think you'd rather play the range counterparts at this point. In keys and raid. Because it no longer has its niche of even full single target. Being the best at that. Because now MM Dark Ranger's ahead in single target. Is that MM still strong in AoE? Yes, but I think you'd rather play Dark Ranger in keys. So how do you sim for Dark Ranger? If you just do a top gear with a bunch of different stats, it should just help you get there. Make sure you're simming on nightly, instead of weekly for your like update cadence. Can I show DR key talents? Sure. So just for everyone to remember, like all my talents are in those commands, just so you guys know. But this is my Dark Ranger key talents. What's the pull towards Dark Ranger now? It was solely a rotational update to the sim. I put gear on, I want you to go from 8% haste to 20% haste. I don't know if that's good. No volley. Yeah. Any field changes live on raid bots? You want to sim stuff? That's a question for Azor. I think they're up to date entirely. My recent sim looks pretty up to date. Might be live tomorrow. The raid AoE build? Yeah, sure. It would be basically it's basically the single target build. Let's just call this like RAOE. And all it is you're putting in trick shots instead of, where is it? There it is. You're just putting in this. This is basically your single target build for raid. And you could also put aspect of the Hydra in here, like depending on like the encounter. Is this build only for season 2 tier? No, it's for season 3 tier. There's a situation where I would take volley. I don't think so. You'd have to give up either all of these. I don't know. I feel like you don't really have the points to spend to get in the volley. Like, I don't know. You kind of need a lot of these points. Why not volley on the Demon Hunter boss? Well, you're only doing every 45 seconds. You're going to do 1.3 mil to all of them. And then get like cast one less multi-shot because of that. But you could pick a talent instead that's like do more than that. When do you use nightly or latest? Typically nightly is the safer one. Latest is more up to date. You'll see like active work. If you're doing it that way. Kind of up to you. I think nightly is the go-to normally, but when there's something fresh like this, you want to go latest. Did I recraft my gear for crit mastery? Yeah, I recrafted this morning. So I put my boots to crit verse actually. And then I'm wearing this crit mastery ring now. And then I'm wearing this crit mastery bracer. And then I have crit in my cloak. And then my belt set to crit. Then you understand why you don't play in the rhythm for single. Well, lock-in loads are still really powerful. They like up the chance of getting lock-in loads by 2%. Which is really big. Did I use an MDT? Not recently, no. I haven't done any MDTs for this season. You could probably still use your Rookery one for now. If you have one. But no, all my sims so far were just different target count sims. Did I check the new tuning? I did, yeah. How did Feral get a 4% buff? I don't know, like, I actually feel like it's kind of crazy. Like, make sure you practice your Feral. Are you on right now? Yep, you're hitting the dummies. Perfect. I need you to do question mark Kaiveza as Feral actually. Before raid tomorrow. That's what Pleb told you? Yeah, that is true. Donor's right. Now you're getting tier lick. I wonder if Feral Sim's higher than Hunter now. I'm like catching up on like my guild talking about all the different specs. What specs are strongest for raid? BM did not get nerfed. That's a misunderstanding. They nerfed the current Undermine tier set, but that won't affect like next season's tuning. They nerfed the current two piece, so that's kind of that's not it. Okay, apparently enhance is 5%. Playing dungeons with a warrior and a resto druid, isn't it int going Dark Ranger instead of just rerolling BM? Depends on a couple things, like expected key level, and then also the rest of your comp. I feel like Dark Ranger gets the full buff from warrior, so it's fine. Like you would only ever potentially go BM over MM in a raid buff scenario is if there is a demon hunter or a monk involved, because that would be a determining factor there. Because DH is specifically only buffing MM, and then monk is specifically buffing BM more. You got lazy and stop napkin mathing? There's Dark Ranger for keys now too? Yeah. It is. That's crazy they nerfed Frost Mage, because I'm looking at the top pre-notes, and they nerfed both Warlocks, they nerfed DK, and they nerfed Frost Mage. Shaman's just the last man standing. $400k nerf for the Warlocks? Are my DH and Warlocks bickering against each other on Discord? Well, our Warlocks are, I think they all disappeared after the notes came out. Like they kind of stopped talking. And then our DH took the buff, and then I think he also disappeared. How much haste do you want? Not a lot at all. I'm at 9%. That might be too much. You just want a lot of crit mastery. It's kind of like your sentinel stats from last season. That's pretty much how Dark Ranger plays now.
What path brought you here?
Do I have a BM delve spec? I typically just use my M plus spec for delves at this point. I had one I made for just Kaiveza. Yeah. Havoc buffs? Yeah, I think that's really good. I'm happy for the Havoc buffs. I think all the buffs and nerfs that just happened were probably warranted. I do think the Pharaoh one's a little interesting. I think that one was the only one that I did not have a bingo card. The Tazavest dungeon? No, that comes out next week. You can only do 6 M0s this week, the 6 that are out. You can't do Mythic 10s or anything. Nerfing Frost is out of pocket. Frost Mage or Frost DK? I feel like Frost Mage was really... It was looking really good. I was potentially going to alt it. I probably still will. You want me to show the rotation on dummies? Sure. Let's see. Like the generic thing is just you just have one extra button over normal MM called Black Arrow, and you proc it kind of randomly whenever you press aim shot, rapid fire, or auto shot. And so first things you want to like aim shot, and then you want to like hit explosive shot right afterwards, and then Black Arrow, and then a rapid fire, and then true shot, aim shot, Black Arrow, aim shot, Black Arrow, aim shot. And then we're going into our like true shot rotation here. We're trying to get as many black arrows as possible. It's like aim shot, arcane shot. Here I'm just fishing for procs. And it's kind of just working. And then after that, you kind of just have this like combo where you're casting an aim shot and you kind of want to finish it with an explosive shot every time. It's like right here, I'm going to do it. And then I get my black arrow. Is focus aim or improve streamline better? I'm a big fan of focused aim. Focused aim just does more damage. So you'd rather play that. Make a dark arrow procs use it? Yeah. That's the main thing. It's just black arrow is just better than arcane shot and it's better than multi shot. Can I show my talents? Sure. So for people, I think a lot of people are new here or something, but if you ever want to see my talents, they're always in my title. If you ever wanted to see any of my talents at any point for any of my specs, even the ones I'm not playing right now or not talented into at this current moment. So like right now I'm playing the single target talents, but if you want to see my key build, you could just type !MM talents and see the other builds too. What makes Demon Hunter good for MM? So Demon Hunters have this buff called Chaos Brand that makes mobs take more magic damage. And MM Hunter does magic damage. Like quite a bit of it. So if you look at my details breakdown, physical damage is this yellow color. And then anything that isn't this yellow color is magic damage. So that's shadow damage, the black arrow. This is fire damage. Those two are arcane. That's shadow damage. Physical damage. This is holy. And basically, so Demon Hunter's making those do more damage. What's your AoE rotation with this build? So you would change your build to play AoE talents instead of playing single target talents. And then you would just do the similar rotation that you always do. So instead of hitting arcane shot, you hit multi-shot and AoE. And that's kind of it. What's going on? Hunter changes. They nerfed our Undermine 2 set for BM Hunter. And so not that big of a difference. You're not gonna rely on Sims right now since we had to put on haste gear. Yeah, that sounds wrong. I don't know. I'm not sure why your Sims are like that, but I mean, it depends. Like, what are you taking off for that? You're trying to put on mastery instead? I don't know. But like, so for the DR key build, you play these talents. I'll do it over here actually. More targets. But basically, you're just gonna want to open up with multi-shot, and then rapid fire, and then black arrow, and then I'm gonna go into an aim shot here, and then another black arrow, and then I'm constantly fishing for black arrows, to see if I proc one, and if I don't, then I'm gonna hit something else. Then I'm rapid fire, black arrow, aim shot, multi-shot, aim shot, black arrow, aim shot, fishing for the black arrow. I don't. You can see my damage right here. Basically, at any point you replace multi-shot with black arrow. And aim shot and rapid fire are kind of similar. You're kind of just hitting like either one, whichever one you can at the moment. You're like priring aim shot more as long as you have bullet storm stacks, but it's not necessarily like the full story. Like, you kind of also care about focus sometimes. You need a multi-shot for black arrow, not before it. You only hit multi-shot if you don't have a black arrow proc. Like, it completely substitutes multi-shot. It's like right here, I multi-shot into rapid fire, into black arrow, into aim shot. It's kind of just how it works. Because black arrow gives you trick shots if it hits 3 targets. And so it just completely substitutes multi-shot. And then it also substitutes arcane shot. So it's just if you have a black arrow, you hit it. That's all. Yeah, it's just proc then press it. JBase, yes. It does have to hit 3 targets. It's this talent right here. If bleak powder damages 2 or more enemies, you gain trick shots. And bleak powder doesn't hit your main target. It only hits anything else that's not your main target. So 3 targets. 2 target cleave. Last patch it was arcane. I think you're still hitting arcane for 2 target as Dark Ranger. I have to double check that one, but I'm pretty sure you're still hitting arcane. Isn't Sentinel better for AoE? In terms of raw AoE damage, yes, but if you care about prio damage and single target damage, I think you'd rather play Dark Ranger. But yes, the answer is they're both good. But they have the exact same stat weights, so now you can actually freely swap without having 2 sets of gear, which is really big. Estimate has opener with black arrow into rapid fire. Like they like raw dog a black arrow without a precise shot to start the rotation. I think that's fine. Maybe I'm valuing the black arrow single target damage too much. Black arrow rapid fire, 2-shot black arrow aim shot. They go into their cooldown way faster than me. I think that's an optimization that I disagree with, just because of like mob grouping plus some other stuff. Usually the way I did it is how I do it in a key. I think the way they're describing it is how you would do it on a target dummy optimally, which makes more sense to me. My plus build is the same as the AoE raid build. No, it's actually quite different. I would say they're pretty different actually, because you take 3 entire talents that change your rotation like quite a bit for the raid AoE build. How far do I think Serve can get? Like what key level? Probably cap out at like 23, 24. Something like that this season. If I had to guess, something like that. I think Survival can do the highest keys, if that's what you're wondering. I think it's pretty good. Class balance is really good right now. I feel like the only outliers just got like taken out. And by taking out, I just mean like they got like toned down a little bit. But just enough to make like the outliers not so outrageous anymore. Except for one. True. I think we're playing triple Ellie Shaman and keys now though. What will I play first and push keys? Right now I'm leaning MM. But we'll see. Should I add that one to the command? I could. Hmm. Let me try something. I'm worried that my command's getting too long. Actually, I wonder if this is a better way to do this. Google Sheet. Yeah. Well, it's either the links or do you guys prefer just the copy to clipboard or do you like the links? Like what's the consensus there? I could have both. It's just you like clipboards better? Both sounds like a lot of work on my end to have both always. Because then every time there's like a change, I'm just like swapping. Well, here, watch. So let me just go to Google Sheets. I think we'll just do clipboards. Let's see. Season. Hunter talents. I could even combine them all into one sheet too. Let's see. All right, we're upgrading the channel. Here. Share people with link and look at it. Here, someone click that if you want talents, and let me know if it looks good on your end, if you guys have access and whatnot. Basically, this is how I'm gonna like format it. Just like we'll put all of them in one. Looks good to me. All right, might be the best way to do it. Now chat won't get giga spammed. There's a chance that I'm making like an error when I'm like copy pasting. So if anyone ever finds an error, just let me know and I'll fix it. The date I last updated the builds. Sure. Talent string. And then date. Oh. At stat priorities? Oh geez. We're gonna get so many of these. There's doc links. Yeah, I can delete all of the other commands and just have a talents command. That's probably the best way to do it. Enter with bloodshed on the M plus BM build. How do I open on an AoE pack? Well, it depends on when my pack leader animal is being summoned. But basically, you would first multi-dot with barb shots, and then you would bloodshed your prio target. Also depends if you have. Okay, you're playing the M plus build, so you have multi-shot. I would probably open with like barb multi, and then bloodshed and then start throwing kill commands in, and then whenever my pack leader is perfect, then I would start throwing in bestials. Need cam for flash? No, 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 no. Not today. I actually might have cam on for the raid. I've been mentally preparing for camera. Like next week. Okay, wait. What does my talents command say right now? Sorry if I said this already, but what do I plan on running spec-wise? For raid, it's definitely MM. For keys, a little more up in the air, but also leaning MM. Let me put a disclaimer at the bottom. Yo, EK, thanks for the sub. Yo, another 5k by then. Alright, what are the stat prio for MMDR for raid single target damage? Is it crit haste? It is crit mastery right now. Haste kind of fell off going into the season with the 100 changes. You want crit mastery for Dark Ranger and raid. Use black arrow without precise shots. Ideally, you always have precise shots. The only time you wouldn't is, I guess, the very first global of your encounter. Like the very first global, you walk into the pack, you can hit black arrow instead of multi-shot. And then otherwise, you should precise shot every single one. Anyone else wish they hadn't grabbed crests on alt from Refunders last season? Yeah, that was actually really helpful for me. I got basically every character here is 675 because I've never grabbed the crests on any of them. And so they're all just very strong characters. You're asking as you tested without the new tier set, and you're doing way more with crit haste than with crit mastery. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. Currently, I'm performing a lot better with crit mastery. Yo, Sea Dogs, thanks for the sub. I hope you're doing well, Sea Dogs. Wait, Nightbot, did I misspell something? Can you use no multi for keys too? That should be in the. Oh, that's the raid AoE build. Um, I guess I could just read. I feel like people might get confused. That is in the doc, but it's just that's also the raid AoE build. So like if you're on a raid fight and there's ads spawning, that's the build you'd play. But it also just happens to be the same build that you play in keys. When you don't play multi. One thing with these raid changes that I'm looking at again, so a lot of people don't play with Ellie Shamans a lot, and so they don't really know this, but the more evokers you have in your raid, the better it is to be an elemental shaman. And if you play enough evokers, you can have like really good Spirit Walker's Grace uptime, which is like an actual like tangible gain if there's any movement. So I feel like if you're already running like 2 evokers for DPS and you're probably playing a Prez, then you're like in a really, really good place. Doing good? Everyone doing well too? Thank you, thank you. You haven't played in season 2 apart from running the raid once and doing M+, has Hunter changed or is survival still the key king in BM and raid? Basically, so in season 1 survival was king. It is no longer the case. In season 2 it got nerfed and was terrible basically. They buffed it. Well, basically you have a really good tier set this patch, and so it kind of evens it out, but it's not the best anymore. I would say you're better off playing MM and raid, and then keys it's kind of up in the air still, I think. But right now that's looking like what it is. If I have LFR 4 set from Undermine, is it worth it to replace it with 675 crafted gear? That's a good question. That's something that you probably just want to sim. I was about to give you like an off the dome answer, but I feel like you'd rather sim that. I think that's too specific. Good haste with DR is simming a little higher for you as well. With last season MDT. Serve and BM probably share the most similar stat priority. Yeah, like pack leader serve is pretty close to pack leader BM, I would say. Like I guess they're kind of close. I don't think you could easily flex to. You'd have to have like no haste, I think, with the way it's looking. Your Banshees with the explosive shot change on MM. Do you cast it in your true shot window? Outside of True Shot, basically inside True Shot, you have so many aim shots and rapid fires, and like black arrow procs happening that you don't really need to hit explosive shot. You only really hit explosive shot to get more aim shots, to get more black arrows. Like that's kind of the whole thing. So in your true shot window, it'd probably be like a negative thing to hit explosive shot. Why am I playing MM in raid? There was new changes today where MM is now better at one target. Basically MM is just better. And so we've changed our strategy. We're now MM Hunter one tricks. You can link your two sims? Sure. Post it, Dengen. I'm curious. After the nerfs, Lock and DKs are still ahead. With Ellie first. That makes sense. What is it, Blue posted? Well, the MM stuff was on our end. Like Blizzard hasn't done any changes. We as a community have discovered how to get more damage out of our class with new rotation changes. Can I message Blizzard to have the Undermine 4 set just updated for season 3? Well, first, I don't know if I have that power. And second, I like change more than I like stagnation. Damn, got nerfed again? They nerfed their Undermine 2 set, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's kind of irrelevant. Just tell them I'll aim shot if they don't. Alright, let's look at your sins. Okay, sorry, the first one I clicked is the haste one, and the second one's with the scent gear. If you prefer DR over Sen, is that trolling? Well, DR's better, I think. But we'll have to see. Basically, Sen's more AoE and DR is more like single target and prio. And I think DR is gonna end up winning out now, but you can't really. I don't know. It might depend on the key. Like if you think the AoE uncapped damage of playing like the full Sentinel build might be worth it. And yeah, they finally mentioned Havoc. They buffed them. I'm looking at these two sims and I'm trying to see what's different about them. Like, is your crit any lower? You know? Let me look at the full HTML. You just tuned in. Basically, we're playing MM in Raid now. Is the main thing. Nothing actually like really changed. Just learned how to play. We stopped sandbagging. What's the change you came across? Well, first it's that you play the explosive shot talents, and basically the idea behind them is it gives you more time to react to black arrow procs, and so you're munching less procs. But also the time spent casting aim shot basically gets removed when you cast explosive shot. And so by playing the explosive shot, you're letting yourself react to the procs better, because it's all about basically increase the damage between your true shots, and that your true shot rotation didn't change. If anything, your true shot damage slightly lowered. Yo, Funky, thanks for the sub. It's like before I used to play something like, I don't know, something like this maybe. I forget. But like this makes your true shot slightly stronger, but this is increasing your outside of true shot damage by quite a bit. And so that's where the extra damage is from. Basically, our highs are slightly lower, and then our lows are much higher, I believe. Can you wear 2 malleable band rings? Yeah, that's the weathered rings, right? You can wear 2 of those. To aim shot and spam explosive shot right after? Yes. And then go right into a black arrow, basically, like directly after that. Nice. Well, I'm gonna start logging on alts, but I'm gonna keep chatting with you guys about hunter stuff. Just know I'm still maining hunter. Some people get worried when I get on alts. Don't worry about it. Tomato Man's crashing out over hunters. Wait, is Zorthus what is he saying? What is he saying? Whip out the DK? Maybe they just nerfed DK. Like I can't play that anymore. I'm not playing Hunter anymore. Oh no, I haven't been here for 2 seconds. I have to do this delve. Never trust a thing hunters say. I can never tell. So after being like a little more, I've never been a class that like sandbagged before. It's always mages and like boomkins and warlocks, you know? But after kind of seeing how it happens, I feel like people throw that word around a lot, but all it is just no one knew these one talents that no one took were actually good. I don't know how they didn't know that, but that's how it happens. I don't know if that's how all the other sandbag classes work. But basically they just had no idea that you're supposed to play these talents. You're playing BM this season just for the Stampedes? Stampede is very fun right now. If someone took it in raid, they would have topped the chart last season. Well, the thing is last season it was Well, they're new talents. Well, some of them are new talents. Basically, they changed one talent entirely to basically bake your tier set in a way. But no, they wouldn't have topped the charts. The build last season was optimal. I think that's why people were confused. Why War Orders versus Serpentine Rhythm? Basically Serpentine Rhythm is just going to do a lot more damage. It's giving you 8% more pet damage, which is a lot, and then also a lot more Cobra Shot damage. So your Cobra Shots are going to hit really hard. Pet damage is the important one there. The way War Orders works is it's just giving you more kill commands. The difference is like Prio versus like AoE kind of. You basically need to move 1 point to Dire Cleave from the pure single target build in order to make that build work. And I think in a key scenario, you'd rather have the kill commands. But if you were playing like more of a single target oriented build, you'd probably pick Serpentine. Because it's all about getting more kill commands out to get more Dire Beasts. Here, wait, let me look at the one in the sheet. Oh, I'm getting ganked. Do I use a pet for MM and Delves? No, I do not. But also I mostly Delve as the other two specs. Oh, Brand's your MM Hunter pet? That's actually pretty true. The answer is you should have both in that build. Where is it? Wow, head talent calculator. Because now I'm not on my hunter anymore, so I have to look here really quick. How big of a buff are we updated with new talents? I think it was like 8% more damage or something. I think you've been using this build the whole time. You just knew. Here, so wait. Riftcast. Basically, the difference between those two talent points, it's very minor, but one is slightly more focused towards AoE, I believe, and one of them is more focused more towards single target. I picked the AoE option but I could see it going either way. I feel like if you do enough MDT sims, you probably figure out the answer. I would say typically you should play. I would play Serpentine in that build.
I'll be waiting. Come back for more.
Over War Orders. Yep, but they're pretty similar, I think, regardless. You're just not aware of the benefit of less KS munching?
Won't find
Yeah. Oh, I think I have my list done. Wait, I totally just did the delve. Alright, well, I'm just gonna click hands while I talk to you guys. And rather, you got another Dark Ranger question? No worries. You can always just ask questions.
Try before you buy. Am I right?
I'm only live to talk to you guys.
Then they'll come running for more.
On AoE, if you already have trick shots up and you have a precise shot stack.
Above us.
Wait, how do you have a precise shot stack
Or research.
and trick shots up?
Those underriders are a nuisance, and they're sitting on good stuff. Do everyone a favor and take it from them. We're gonna need cash if we want to keep this operation running.
I have a Discord. Yeah, so if you read under that command, or after underneath that, it says type it, because otherwise bots get in my server. But you can go in that link. I'm hitting dummies. Okay, well here, let me think about your situation regardless. So in AoE, you already have trick shots, you have a precise shot stack, no black arrow. Do you spend your precise shots with multi shots, or do you keep fishing? Are you playing volley movie? You basically spend the precise shot and then press like aim shot afterwards because you amped it with moving target. May I see Vane's Dark Ranger build? Bots are coming in the Discord. Let me see what you're doing wrong. Because basically every time you send a precise shot, you should be getting trick shots if you're in AoE. Like you're either sending it on a multi-shot or you're sending it on black arrow, right? And either way you're getting the trick shot benefit and then you're spending the precise shot. So I don't know if there's like another way to do that. One day for the new seasons and I'm playing Mario Kart. Hi Noxiv. I am. Titan Disc, are you playing as Dark Ranger? I was playing Critical Chain. The crit one. But you should sim it. I wonder if the mastery one might sim higher for some people. Because mastery's value went up so much.
Won't find better.
A precise shot proc and OB, you just send a multi-shot. Oh yes, yes, yes. You just send it a multi-shot. You always want to be in that cycle of like just spending your precise shot on multi-shot and then back to aim shot. Like that's like your sentinel rotation, you know? All the Dark Ranger changes is if you have Black Arrow up, you prio that instead of the other button. So if it's single target, it's better than Arcane. If it's AoE, it's better than multi. But otherwise, it's like the same general loop where you're like building and spending, building and spending. I guess you have to look up MM for raid and BM for M plus. Safi, because you have to have one spec to learn. I mean, you can just play MM for both. There isn't Black Arrow without a precise shots. I think in your opener, you're supposed to send one, but from that point forward, never again, basically, because you'll always have a precise shot from either from rapid fire or from aim shot. Not needing multi-shot for tricks is such a nice rotational change. I agree. And it feels way less clunky. Can I please show my graphic settings? Sure. This is the gas station pizza last night was fire. Hell yeah. It looked fire. To get pizza? No, he just sent me pictures. He got it. Vertical sync enabled. You can play both. I mean, yeah, you could just do MM in both contents. You don't have to like swap. But I think volley is worth talenting on any of the AoE raid fights now that explosive shot is used a lot in the build. No, because you need to take 2 talent points into there to get the salvo. I feel like that's not worth. That's like a lot of the points at the bottom of the tree are extremely valuable, and you don't really want to take away from those if possible. You just want a one-trick DR? I mean, you can just do that. Go for it. I think volley is worth telling. Oh, I already did that one. For all my survival diehards, let's make a group chat.
Try before you buy, am I right? Let's show them some quality samples. Then they'll come running for more.
Volley does get kind of rough. Survival never touched. I mean, survival might have been sandbagging too. You guys gotta watch out. Hunters are gonna show up with like a new build. Survival Hunter's actually doing like 9 million or something. Nobody knew.
All right, nothing good left in this pile. On to the next one.
Hey, Cape. I take it you're fighting Keveza again? The clock's ticking. You have 1 day left. And Exil's on the global. There's only 1 day left. Well, he wanted to beat it before the what's it called? The patch like launch. Before he gets like more item level and stuff, you know?
Time's a wasting.
You have 2 BM hunters in your guild. And as a token third hunter, I play MM or survival, mostly survival. That's good. I think having your hunters like prio into different hunter specs is probably good. Like if all 3 of you were like BM mains, it'd be kind of awkward. Because like not only do you have the same stats when gear drops, but you also have like the same profiles for all the fights and everything.
Those underwriters are a nuisance, and they're sitting on good.
And he got this, Kate. I think his Warlock has been actively sandbagging. He still came out on top.
Alchemy
Warlocks are crazy.
up on the pipes above us. Get some quick pictures of them for research. You would not believe what valuables people just chuck in the trash. I bet there's some good stuff in here.
Dang. You're doing the fight with 0 verse? That'll definitely do something. But it's not gonna like make or break the entire fight. But it will do something for you. How are you? Show my first dungeon is Night Elf and learning how to use Meld. I'm looking to have more options available for more skip tech that I can never do before. Also, you run faster out of circles. Nice. How you doing, Sarcasm? It offsets 1 damage amp. Yeah. Versus a powerful stat. I wonder what character I'm playing tomorrow at the start. Probably keep that in case I end up using it. Am I really not wearing either of these? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Hunter first? Oh, I just went for keys at the very start. It's fun that I'm doing Hunter first though for raid. I was gonna look at that too. Windwalker? Yeah, I don't know. I need to push up our plus twos tomorrow. Not as a hunter. That's something else. I can be the main if I'm in a milk group. Yeah, let me look at the groups. Who's my group? It's Crim's tanking, Alfie's healing, Aves. Oh, I'm playing with Aves, and then Wumbo. Good group. The thing is I'd have to finish being milked before we swap groups. And that's the 12 to 3 group, and that group is gonna like, I don't know. It might be hard to get a key out of that group. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks if you're in there for an hour and then you swap groups, and then you lose the key. Yeah, with bench till Thursday morning. Yeah, I scheduled team keys on Wednesday because it looks like I'm the odd man out, and normally I tell my group I can't play, but I think I can play because I got kicked out for two of the blocks on mid Wednesday.
Have I got something for you? Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah? See you around. Keep cool out there.
Are we winning? We are. That's crazy when you came back to your resume at the end of the season and the gear just cuts the whole fight by 5 minutes. Not only that, but you're gonna like not be able to die. You're gonna be very, very strong. I think the strat is I think it's rares, side gig, and then a delve.
Those underwriters are a nuisance, and they're sitting on good stuff.
What belt ability? For MM, I'm using critical chain right now. I think it's the name of it, the one that gives you crit. Class am I gonna raid tomorrow? Hunter. Did I say the MM APL sims? Yep. We went over that earlier. It's pretty big. Pretty big gains. Very content with them. Here's gonna help you with one shots. Yeah, but I feel like the one shots on that boss I feel like are the easier part, and the hardest part was specifically just like not dying to auto attacks in the last like once she hits 5 stacks basically. And like that'll just completely remove all of that. I don't know. Are we getting any booleans again? No. As of right now, I would say the plan is no. The way they worded it, I feel like they could easily have just like they could easily do it again and surprise us. Maybe we should get that you want to get really early right now. Thanks to booleans useless. Like the one from the rare. I have a feeling they'll probably fix that before the raid launches. That's what you mean? The like double unused one?
What's in the mix? A potion a day. Shaken, not stirred.
Stay sharp. Get it done.
What's the damage?
You decide what to play. I would recommend just sticking with MM at this point. It's like MM will be the best back for M plus and raid going onwards. Or BM might catch up because of uncapped. Yes, also sustained damage might make BM catch up as well. The 4th boss trinket. The Vike is on last boss. I see. It's kind of interesting. Well, like every spec wants everything, right? I think the mage nerf will affect it much. Not really. I feel like it wasn't brought for 3% of its frost mage damage. If anything, 1, it was brought because it was arcane, and 2, it was brought for its like utility and raid buff first.
What now?
The old crit mastery. The new stats are crit mastery. So you want to play crit mastery. You were crit haste all last patch. Growlers. Yeah, you want the Lumithar one, and then you want the Nether Prism one from Fractilis, I think. I still play with Squish Knocks in them? Yep. Tenon Forage. Yeah, I have a feeling MM wants the other one, but you know what the Sims are for MM now with old 4 set to playing new 2-2 and new 4 set? Just the stuff from that sheet that goes around, but that sheet's never perfect. Is Squish gonna be changing to Brewmaster Monk? No, he plays Bear. Jaster's so good? For its item level, yeah, it's really good. I send the elite PvP set? Actually, I don't think so. It's kind of underwhelming. It's kind of whatever. Feels like. I mean, honestly, even these sets kind of feel whatever. Maybe it's because I'm a dwarf. Gonna fit the fantasy of the class. Yeah. The mythic one makes me look like Illyria. Hmm. I miss my hunter being an elf. That was when all my mogs just fit better. Now my clothes feels loose. Dark Ranger doesn't want crit haste anymore? No, it wants crit mastery. I think it's because this is a new story that it's bugged. I'm gonna do the 25 dumpster digging, I think. And we could try the other one. Volley doesn't. Volley never really did much, to be honest. All it really did was just damage. And so it was always like a talent point that you were trying to drop if possible, but there's never anything like worth more than its damage.
We're gonna need cash if we want to keep this operation running. Go get a paper route or something.
Yeah. What Kalissa said's completely right. You're only ever hitting explosive shot. The goal of it's to get more aim shots. Basically, the thought process is aim shot cast time is like, I don't know, let's say like 2 seconds or something, right? If you can also just hit explosive shot aim shot in that time, that's just like an extra cast. And then it also lets you have more time to react to black arrow procs, which is another big positive. So you're trying to like use these other globals into the rotation that you're introducing to give you just more time to basically always get black arrows. Hey, Lucky Lee. All right, I'm gonna try my chat list in excavation site 9. I don't like how all my treasures are showing up on this character.
Well.
Should he not be dooming 5.5 mil hunter versus multiple classes at 6? Well, first we're 5.9 and Ellie's like 6.3. Yeah, I feel like we're pretty close. Isn't Ellie always bait? Is it? What makes you say that? Technically we're 5.83. Let me double check. My sim is 5.93. The one I have.
Interesting.
Dark Ranger MM is at 5.93 cape. It's. I think you're thinking of serve, if that's what you mean. That was older. Well, now I'm getting confused. Let's check my starting. I'm starting as MM. You don't have precise shot, but I have a black arrow to send. And you have explosive shot available after the next aim. Are you doing explosive shot or just prioritize black arrow? You should still send the explosive shot. You cast aim shot and then you cast the explosive shot, I believe. Because that means you have a moving target, and so you want to hit aim shot. And then if you're hitting aim shot, you want to hit explosive. And then you can send the next precise shot. It's outdated. Oh. Well, the one I was looking at, Cape, is 12 hours ago. The 5.93. It's dated August 11th, 7 a.m. If it's older data, as in like they messed up this morning or something, that I could see that. There's a Waygate. I don't know if this will actually be smart, but I'll do it.
I need to get closer.
Hmm. Okay, well, I think the new patch just bugged chat lists for doing this, so I have to do one of these. That's crazy. Maybe I don't even actually do this grind, to be honest. And for Paragon, yeah, I had I'm like really close to one. Not really close, but I can do a checklist on every character. And if I'm 2 Mechanicas away. But I think at this point I've lost interest because the delves are bugged. Did the stat prior for BM Hunter change? You want more haste. That's the only thing that really changed.
Greetings, sir and or ma'am.
My rating is BM or MM? MM. I stream my raids? Yeah, I always stream. When do you send explosive shot on single target? As you finish an aim shot cast, you hit explosive shot. Am I gonna switch between MM and BM? In keys? Probably, yeah. Just whatever ends up being better, I think. Or at least I think is better. Raid prog is MM? Yeah, I think MM's definitively in raid, but keys is more up in the air, I think. As an EU player, you like watching my progress on my hunter? Nice. That's good. Did we decide on a comp? Yeah, well, there's no decision. Our group just plays the same thing. Like, Bear could like lose half its health tomorrow, and like our comp wouldn't change. I don't think.
I'll be waiting.
Welcome to the best place ever. Watch your back.
I thought Azure said that MM is just worse than Beam and everything but execute. I think that's incorrect. It's just old info. MM is better at just about everything. I feel like unless you care specifically about sustained damage profiles, but I feel like your overall damage is going to be like much lower on single target. You'd play MM in basically every single boss over BM for one reason or another. Do we go in a raid when servers open? No, we do. So my guild raid's 14 hours a week. We start raiding Tuesday night, probably like 6 hours after the servers open or so. Is when you would see them. Rotational update. Basically, it's just playing the explosive shot talents on the right side of the tree, and it's changing how we press them. We're basically always doing the aim shot into explosive combo, and that's like the only real difference. Such a bummer you don't enjoy MM. You'd love to play serve. I just like diversity. I just like whatever the previous tier was. I think it's nice if the next tier's a different spec is better. If Dark Arrow procs off of, like if Dark Arrow procs off of itself, you mean? You would hit aimed. What's my cursor at on? It's a weaker. It's this one. What's the max level delve you should be doing? 8 for your vault. You're playing MM Sentinel with volley, no one can stop you. Nice, that's one of the recommended builds. That's the recommended Sentinel build. Explosive shot, salvo. It's a good build. Does really big AoE.
Our miners had to leave their tools behind when the Nerubians attacked. Please retrieve them.
I'd rather be fighting than talking. We protect what is ours. Here we go!
I don't have a target. I need a target.
I'm telling you, yesterday we were unable to. Yo, it's usual. Thanks for the sub. One thing is I did change everything around in Hand since yesterday. Um, we just put everything into a sheet instead of having different commands for each spec. It was just getting too spammy and I don't know. Seemed unintuitive. It used to be fine when I just had like one build per spec. And then, I don't know. Not only are a lot of people showing up now and asking for talents and stuff, but they're there's like 3 builds per spec and it just gets crazy. I'm playing Hunter now? No, it's a new min. I'm actually thinking for Delves this season.
Smell that? It's treasure. I know it. We're close.
So you did the other 2 but not MM? Yeah, I have no idea. I wonder what it was. Ooh, a flicker gate. Nice. Get out of here.
It's too far away.
Hit us with that one.
It's kind of cool to watch. The Elephant Delves roll the gate. It's kind of OP. Right, is the multi or no multi-shot talents for PM and keys? I'm leaning more towards multi-shot. I feel like multi-shot's better in most scenarios. I feel like the no multi-shot one can be really good in groups that have very low prio or very low single target. But I feel like more than anything you're losing like a lot of value by playing it. I then felt insanely good to play this week. Nice.
When the new
That's good.
is attacked, please retrieve them.
They just pushed some M plus dungeon nerfs. Really? Last minute dungeon nerfs. Yeah, let's land. Let's look at these together. Oh, is it stupid to think that if you don't have a tier set in the vault first week, you should go for a socket? No, you could play the long term. That's fine. Okay. Avanox's tissue damage increase reduced to 30%. It's kind of whatever. Starved crawlers can no longer critical hit on their melee attacks. That's actually really good for high keys. We had some keys where we like basically almost bricked to crits, like just randomly. This did feel really high to heal, to be honest. And M0 randomly? Oh, but now it scales with key level. Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay, so it's an actual mechanic. It was irrelevant in season 1, but when we're doing our M0s, I was like, this is kind of hard to heal when I was on my disc. And I guess that's why it was just like really big in M0 only. Ecodome. Don't know what that means. Like at the start? Or is that on the first boss? Okay, 50% nerf to the pulse. That's crazy. And then Sigma of Pride removed. Interesting. And the statue damage got nerfed. And that's a good one. I feel like this was overly punishing for a lot of groups. I never saw this bug, but yeah, T summons. Okay. I see. Alright, well, I mean, that was actually pretty small. But I think welcome changes. I think the biggest one there was third boss halls. I think that might have been the biggest. This boss is really hard. So I think it's good that it got changed a little bit. Are Havoc buffs any relevant? I think it'll put them in a really good place for keys, but I don't know. I think they're in a decent spot for keys basically, and then in raid they're like pretty like middle of the pack to good
Leave their tools behind when the new
after the buffs.
Please retrieve them.
Has it gotten old being one of the two well-known hunters? A lot on my shoulders vacation-wise? Not yet. Maybe it will. Real behind, you haven't played all week. There's not too much to do, to be honest. I like basically like beat the week, which is just do my 8Ls and my M0s in like 2 hours. Oh, I guess the quest line too. The quest line was like an hour and a half to get the cloak. Maybe the whole week's like 4 hours or something, if you wanted to fully min-max it. But I feel like the only thing you really need is the cloak, because you need that to do the raid. That was my idea. The last question: do I think MM or BM will be good enough for season 3 to do high keys without it? I feel like there's only like 6 to like 7 specs that get invited to meta keys. I feel like Hunter's not one of them. I feel like probably better off playing a different spec if you're trying to be meta, but I do think we're in a pretty good spot, and I think we'll be like plenty strong. I just don't. I don't like using the word meta. Good luck with season 3. Hope to see you back on the charts. Thank you. Thank you. Right there, boss halls. Am I correct to assume that if you have one fountain up and an ad, you try and kite until another fountain is summoned? Yes, that is correct. Would I consider them at a team? I wonder if those nerfs changed the needle at all, but until today, so there's some tuning, some small tuning. I would have said the it would have been Prot Warrior, Wrestler Shaman, Frost DK, Rogue that has to flex specs, um, and Havoc, and I feel like that comp still is the same. I say he mentioned recent nerfs. I'm thinking so because I do know that they were already because they're the same stats to play on Holy and Frost, and I feel like they were already like kind of pivoting to playing on Holy a bit. It's more charge efficient, but also it gives you time to react to the Black Arrow proc shrub. That's where a lot of the extra damage is coming from. It's just never wasting a Black Arrow basically is the new change, or trying to not. And DKs are still gonna be pretty good. I think you're still probably playing at least 2 in the raid still, I think. It went from being like a triple DK, triple Warlock kind of angle to maybe being like 2 of each or something, and then like replace those with Ellie's.
Their tools behind when the Nerubians attacked. Please retrieve them.
Yeah, let me actually edit that command just a smidge. I want to mention that I am planning to play MM and Raid. They should have brought back Survival because of Tazavesh. That would have been very thematic. Here. I want to read my ticket. Hmm. Okay. Oh, I was chosen to fill out a survey. Okay, we're black screening again. All right, there we go. All right, we responded and took our survey. What is harder, getting rank 1 IO or double majoring? Um, hmm. It's probably double majoring. You need a specific aim shot macro to interrupt cast if I spam explosive shot during the cast? I don't think so. I don't think I have anything special. You can't interrupt aim shot with another ability because it's like a white cast. I think you're only scared of like interrupting your rapid fire because it's a channel. I think that's the thing you're looking for. But aim shot itself, I've never. I don't know if you can interrupt it. Oh, it's random rings here. We're taking gold. Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't think you can interrupt aim shot. Does 5 mask vision give veteran gear? It does, Noxiv.
How fare you? Fair skies and strong winds.
May we all find what we seek. It is a world of wonders. In unity, find strength. Be bold. Be true.
Good health.
The transmitter? Yep. And the sack brood. I'm like moving my alts to their vaults. Got you ready for the new reset. It's pretty random that they hotfix spamming the Arathi stuff. Yeah. I ended up just getting all my characters from crafting instead. But it was weird, like some people got a lot of gear on their alts, like the first couple days, and then they fixed that and then yeah, I don't know. What spec and hero talents I think will be good in Mythic Plus with a Prot Warrior, Rested Druid, or Rested Shaman, and a Havoc. I'd probably play MM in that comp. MM Reserve, either one. MM's probably a little bit better.
We are united in purpose.
Farewell.
Until next time, fair skies and strong winds. Farewell.
So I think Havoc will be meta now in those buffs and keys. I'm leaning towards yes. I feel like it has to be. Oh, actually, like an upgrade, I think. It's like an old trinket from another tier or something. I think it's better than this Cujo flame vents. Nice. I feel like Havoc was already in like most people's like predicted like meta comps. It was like Havoc and Rogue were kind of fighting to make it into the comp. Maybe. There was like a couple people trying to get into the comp. Like on the Demon Hunter. Start big buffs. Is that meant better because of Havoc? You're basically lacking a monk, which is like a good deciding factor on like not playing BM. I feel like having a monk is like it pushes you more in the direction of wanting to play BM, but you don't have a monk and you have a demon hunter, and that pushes you towards playing MM. So you're like 5% towards MM. Did ability dam and not aura dam? Maybe they are. Alright, here, let's log on Banshee. For spam. Moving Banshee to the vault. Oh, Banshee's already at the vault. Already made it. Let's see. Is my warrior already here? Which one's better for keys? Currently I'm liking Dirk Ranger more. I think MM will be the go-to for raid. With like out of the hunter specs, yeah. I think it's the premier hunter rating spec right now. Dungeon nerfs? We already went over those, I think. They were pretty small. The only one I think was really impactful was the Halls of Atonement third boss. Maybe the first boss, Dawnbreaker, is just a lot harder now too. We'll see. Are they nerfed? Yeah, they nerfed a couple dungeons. And the new MMEPL. Why did they bring a buggy dungeon back? Well, it's because we voted for it. As a community, we majority voted for it. You see my Dark Ranger talents? Sure, they're all in my command. If that's useful. You wanted them like this? This is my single target talents currently. Hi, Captain. The M2 set from Undermine got nerfed, yeah. But I think that's pretty irrelevant, I think, for most cases for next patch. We go straight into normal and heroic. Once we finish some keys, yeah. We start raid tomorrow night. So we do like we kind of build up our keys during the day, people who can like get on beforehand. And then as people like get off of work, they like trickle in. And then when everyone's here on like 8:30 p.m., we go in for a bit. My hunter splits first. So that'll be fun. You guys get to see me hunter raid first. How many splits do we do? 2 heroic. And then normal is like the last boss for sure 3 times. And potentially more bosses in normal for finishing up like sets and stuff. What time do I start my stream tomorrow? As soon as the servers go up, so like 1 p.m, 2 p.m, 3 p.m, somewhere around there, Eastern. For reference, that would have been 7 hours ago. Like around there. Am I excited? I'm very excited. It's going to be very hype. Skills work the same as Undermine? I think we could look. I don't actually remember. I think some of the skips like makes trash easier. Like once you get certain levels, like you can skip more trash packs and stuff. Yeah, number 5 grants access right before the first boss, allowing you to jump to the second to last boss. So on week 5, you can do the raid skip. You just need to kill the second to last boss once. Does DR need haste crit mastery? No, that's never been the case. It's crit mastery haste verse. It's in that command that you actually just typed, like a little above your message. What I think between mage and shaman to play in season 3. I'm leaning more towards Ellie. I'm renowned 9 and a 4th already. Yep, I've been grinding. Kind of like that as crit mastery now. Makes Sentinel DR the same. That is a massive bonus. It was kind of annoying for a lot of people to swap between the two. You needed like multiple sets of gear basically, and now you don't. That's really, really good. This is our single target talent build. It's my least favorite expansion in terms of lore. I feel like it's WoD. I feel like I don't really care about the orcs. Like, I don't know. And maybe it's because I didn't play Warcraft 3. But like that whole expansion, I was like, I never subbed during this time. This was during my like break. But I felt like, I don't know. The whole vibe was kind of mid for me. I didn't play Mists of Pandaria either. Or Kata. I think the undead vibe is really good. I thought Wrath was sick. I like the demon vibe. The demon vibe's good. Like the end of WoD was cool. Hellfire Citadel. Legion was really cool. Legion's kind of when they started doing this thing where like every raid is like an entirely new like theme. Like Emerald Nightmare is so different from Trial of Valor, which is so different from Nighthold, you know? And then like the last two were kind of fell and they're like a little similar, I guess, but like Battle for Azeroth was also like they kind of just like go like crazy different places every time instead of being like the same vibe the whole time. So when is this coming back? This is a cool idea from them and they just kind of scrapped it. Like I kind of liked it randomly having a raid show up. It was irrelevant and so no one did it. But I thought it was a cool idea. Just like randomly made a 10-man raid. The community like didn't care. Is there a certain pet you should bring for Mythic Plus? They all do the same damage enhance. I put together a spreadsheet to help you with pets in specific, but you basically just want different utilities. I can't tell if Nightbot's being slow or if it's a different command. I think it'll show up in a sec. But yeah, a lot of people like the Akiri pets for BM. Um, that's like the classic. If you don't really know what you're like wanting out of your pet, that's a good pet to just have because the 30% extra movement speed could like be a tangible DPS increase. And then there's a lot of other utilities that are like really good in keys, like the Mortal Strike one, or like one that has like a defensive on your pet to like enable pet taunting. But yeah. The War Within does have pretty different raids. They've been doing that thing. I feel like it's since Legion. Like War Within, I feel like it was like spiders, goblins, void. You know, like it's just so different. Dragonflight was kind of similar actually now that I think about it. Maybe it's not a large pattern. Because they are different, but they're dragon themed, you know? Nathri had like Biss vibes. I also really like Sofo's vibe. Like the look of everything. Argylon looks crazy. This is my guy. That's Ball. I don't remember this thing at all. Who's this? I think the crate spawns any second now. It really only matters what pet you bring for BM? No. I mean, it's just utility, right? It's the same concept for both that we were just talking about. I guess it's the same reasoning. Like you would play whatever utility you need to time the key, but if you don't really care, you can just go like a cosmetic choice. Oh, there we go. BM, or not BM, Nightbot just caught up. What does Akiri have? I think it's a slow, it's a single target slow. That's a 50% slow. I actually turn it off usually. Because it's set to auto cast on like by default. And you want to change that to like a keybind to specifically slow one mob if you need to. But if you slow mobs, you'll separate them if you only slow one mob. So you want to either AoE slow or you want to like specifically slow a mob for a reason. And so I would turn the slow off. The slow's not very good. It's one of the lower value utilities in that sheet. If you haven't looked at that sheet, I would highly recommend you look. Maybe we can look at it together.
There are valuables waiting to be won.
But like, for example, like mortal wounds is like a huge value one. 50% less healing. Defense is like really good. The slow is like one of the worst ones. This one's also pretty bad. It's a defensive one, but it only procs when the pet's already low, which is pretty useless most of the time. And then these are exotics that are BM only. These are regular that are any pet. And these are the ones I use in my stable. So like these two are my serve pets, and then these three are my BM pets. And that's my animal companion. And then if you ever wanted to like see where one is, let's say you're like, oh, I really want a dodge pet, or like let's say you really want a fox, like you just think that's cool, like you just click this, and then you find, oh, I really like this one. How do I get it? All right, cool. So that's how you use it. So you can find any pet in the game from this and find exactly where it is. Utopia is goated. Yeah. Very OP. Aw. I was trying to click this. How my honor is. I'm at 10k honor. You lost your mind doing Kevez on MM. Did you get it? I'm very helpful to my community. I always sit and listen. I'm a new hunter and I want to say thank you, little man. No problem. Yeah, 3 rights between 1.6% and 8%. There's a brand trolling. Brand is very frustrating at times.
It's not junk, it's treasure.
Being held hostage because of dwarf. So hi Erickson. Have better than BM for M plus. I think it's a difference of damage profiles. So BM's more of a flatter profile and MM's more of a burstier profile. And so you should play whatever you think is better for your specific route or comp or the dungeon that you're in. And what you value more. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back, chat.
There's a cache of resources nearby. Find it before you have to fight over it.
Wait, I lied. I heard the sound of the crate dropping. as I was getting up. We're gonna get the crate first. Play pugging, so you wanna play the best back? Yeah. It's getting crazy. This is just getting crazy now. I just want to loot. Damn. The thing is, I'm trying to go for the achievement to click them the first time. And so if I don't get the first click, then I'm just missing. What graphics card do I have? I use a 3080. I became an assassin. Hi, Hack. Raid drops tomorrow, Hack. Are you excited? You get to watch splits for 3 days. Hog. And an honor cap for next week. It's one of my current plans. The 2 pets I have for survival. I had a raptor and a scale hide. Watching splits, you're joining splits on 13 characters. Hell yeah. You're gonna make bank. If you guys aren't already doing that and you're not like in a raiding guild, I feel like that's like free gold and then also like free raiding experience. Like you get like AOTC and everything, and then you can get into pugs like pretty free from that point forward. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. All right, we're back. Last boss of Ehud Demaldani drops a 130 trinket. Is that good for DRMM? It's pretty decent. Um, it's not your bis, but it is a pretty good trinket. It's fine. Am I getting my honor cap? So I have honor when the season starts to buy PvP gear for PvP.
I'm listening.
Usually, like, it's slightly better than the old season's conquest gear. What's the base item level of honor gear? Um, I don't know, but it's probably like, I don't know, like 660 or something, if I had to guess. You know, oh, I don't normally PvP, but I'm doing it just to do it, you know? This was my previous season stuff. I only PvP'd a little bit just for some mogs. But I might be doing threes with some friends this season. So that'll be fun. Rank 1 PvP and Rank 1 IO? Well, I'm a PvP noob. I'll try my best though. Is it worth it to wait for a craft for your bow? Generally, yes, that's the safe decision that you could make. I would say that more often than not, people don't do that and they regret it. Like they don't wait for their craft. I think I'm not going to take the arena because I think you have a good chance at getting this one. Maybe you're both first last season, down with the raider, and never saw him with track weapon in your vault. It was a gamble, but ended up being the right decision. Yeah, that's typically that exact reasoning is why I recommend it. It's typically the right answer. The thing is like if you low roll and you like loot a vault like weapon like directly after, like that wasn't even that bad like of a decision. Like you still saved a lot of crests. You're just like maybe down an embellishment spot for a couple weeks. Nice. You want a 2-minute trinket for MM? For Sentinel, yeah. But for Dark Ranger, no. Because Dark Ranger plays 130, which you can reduce to 1 as well, but you'd rather not.
I don't have a target.
Yeah, I think your play there is the proper play, Blue Sox. I think. It's the best 2 minute. Priory. I think it's the only 2 minute, right? Or am I wrong? You have a 1.5 from what's it called? Ecodome for Dark Ranger, and then you have a 2 minute for Sentinel from Priory.
I need to get closer.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Only the first one of the day is like a lot of stuff. Oh, my PPU doesn't have the cloak. It's funny. I don't know why, but I think Sentinel's better. It does more AoE damage, which doesn't mean it's better. It just means it does more AoE. So it might be like hard to conceptualize for just looking at your meter, but Dark Ranger just like gains value in like prio and single target. But if you're just like running keys or dungeons and looking at your like AoE like 5 target or like just AoE damage in general, like you might form an opinion based off of that, but you're not like fully informed on why you feel that way. What kind of DPS do I expect to pull in AoE situations on DR versus Scent? Well, I would say just slightly more Ascent. Until you hit 8 targets, I think it's pretty similar, but the difference is Sentinel has explosive shot like built in. And so it starts picking up like pretty hard. Like anywhere past that. Which just happened to some dungeons, and so you'll notice it a lot more in like, I don't know, somewhere like Gambit maybe. Something like that. Where you're playing Dark Ranger and you normally when you play Sentinel you're at like 40 mil DPS on the first pull burst. But when you swap to Dark Ranger you're only doing like 20 mil or something in the burst. And you're like, oh man, this feels like really bad. But it's just the first pull. It's just like your first pull vibes, but like over the course of the entire dungeon and the rest of that dungeon's profile, like probably when you hit the dragon, Dark Ranger will start pulling ahead again. From like the dragon onwards. Like the dragon section. Where Borealis is and stuff. There's like a lot of like 5 to 8 target pulls with like cryo mob casters that you're just like taking out, and then the second you can take them out you like move on. They're instantly the same stats? Yeah, they're both crit mastery, so you can just swap whenever you feel like it. If you're just like, oh, I kind of like playing Scent and Gambit. I like blasting the first pull. Then you should do that. But maybe you're in Streets or something, and maybe you like kind of want to do more prio damage and more single target, and maybe play Dark Ranger or something. I suspect this tier. I think in Raid it's definitively MM, but I think in Keys it's a little more nuanced. And so I'm unsure what's actually still best in Keys. I plan on playing all the specs in Keys and kind of like figuring it out throughout the season. Right now it's looking like BM will pull ahead in high keys and MM pulls ahead in lower keys. But I don't know exactly how true that is long term. And the survival also pretty decent. Yeah, so that's another thing. Like when we're talking about what's good and what's best, like that doesn't mean the other specs just completely suck. Like survival's still completely fine. You can push the highest keys of survival if you want. I just feel like the range counterparts are just a little bit stronger. Bigger because you can swap easily. Hi, Jarvis. I'm doing well. How are you? Oh, also chat, I just remembered. So we have an officer meeting, or not an officer meeting, it's a guild meeting. Everyone's invited. It's at 9. I think I'm gonna mute comms for it. I'm not required to. but I feel like it'll be easier for like everything if I was just muted comms. Just because I don't know. I'm worried that like someone might not speak up in my guild or something if they knew they were on live stream. Like maybe they don't want to look like stupid or something for not knowing something they should have or something. So we'll still be live. Probably still doing like capping my honor thing, but yeah, we'll have muted comms for like maybe 30 minutes or so. This is my guess. We'll see how long that takes. Checking out the tier list and stuff, wondering if the season's gonna be balanced. I think it seems so too. I thought it was really balanced before today, and then they just nerfed some of the really OP specs a little bit. Like they tapped them like 5% or something.
There's a cache of resources nearby. Find it before you have to fight over it.
What's spec in here, talent? I'm playing Dark Ranger, MM, and Raid. For keys, I think it's all of them. I don't know. I'm kind of undecided. I think they're all good. I'll be playing MM early though, because I'll be statted for Raid. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. Frosty K single target nerf is really good. Yeah, I think so. I think that's gonna be really strong for it because it one of the biggest strengths of Frosty K and keys was that it also did really good single target. And so not only is it really good for raid, but it's also really good for keys. I think it was an outlier, and I think it was pretty OP. Still 76 mil. Yeah, but that's more reasonable. I feel like it's fine to be the top. It's just it was top by like an extra 5% on top of that, you know? Like I feel like there's a level where it's like not okay and a level where I'm like, okay, it's just the best spec, you know? It's like I don't know, like enhance in season 1, I feel like that was a problem. But I don't know, I feel like last season like the OP specs like balance and holy by the end, like I feel like they were fine. Yeah, kind of the same vibe. I just don't want Frosty K to be like doubling my damage. And yeah, I'm getting some honor. I figured I'd use this time to honor cap, ideally. Did I do question mark question mark? I did, yeah, we killed her like Wednesday. MM's good for keys? Yeah, MM's pretty good for keys. think we'll see more different comps of streamer guys this season. I actually think there might be some different comps. I think there's like 4 really good tanks. And I think depending on the tank that you have an entirely different roster. Maybe not entirely different, but you have a different roster of like your key pusher group. And so I could totally see like, I don't know. I could see like Dorky going in on like Warrior to start or something, and Yoda like kind of goes in on Prop Paladin. I feel like Kira's going Prop Warrior. I mean Squish is gonna be on Bear. And then there's the Monksy Brew group. I think the Brew group's gonna be really good this season. I feel like TJ is gonna play Vengeance. And then he always plays with the Flame. So they have like the magic comp. That'd be kind of cool. It's my comp's choice. We always play the exact same comp regardless of tuning. So yeah. I made a joke earlier, but I feel like it's pretty accurate. Like they could just post a patch note that's just like Bears half, or like the Bears health gets cut in half tomorrow. And I feel like we would still just play the exact same comp. So oh. Here we moved all the talent into just this recently. Yeah, my group we try hard, but we limit ourselves because we just like playing our specs or our classes that we like playing. How many tenders do I have? I have no idea.
Tis a good day for a bit of buying.
I have 320. Should I buy this mace? With the staff. WTF? Yeah. What have I spent all my tender on? Just all the mounts. Have you gotten every mount so far? No, I'm out. Every month I get like 1,000 or whatever from the thing, and then I spend 1,000 on mounts. Like almost every single time. I've had 300 for like 2 years. You ever buy anything? Oh, I get all the mounts to make my number go up. Just better run MM during raid? Yeah, I think it's really good. I think it's kind of definitively the play. You only buy bows. I actually used to buy some bows, but I realized I couldn't afford bows and mounts. I had to pick. I just couldn't do it. Can I fill up a survival for keys? It might be a comp thing. Like if you just need the prio or not. I feel like Sentinel is always the safe choice because you're tankier. The 10% extra health. I feel like it's insane. And I also think the burst potential with Pack leaders, extra prio, and then also like doing pretty good AoE with like stampedes and stuff. I think it's also really good. I think it's just if you need more prio or not, you'd play pack leader, or if you need to live, you play sentinel. My mount number is 937 right now. I got 2,000 for the new expansion purchase. Perfect. I'll probably spend that on next month's mounts. It's boon. So it is your sentinel tier set. I guess I could just swap and show you. It's called Boon of a Loon. Basically, all right. My key popped. Here, let me show you this really quick. But it is wait, it's not in that menu. It's right here. So wildfire bomb damage is increased by 3% when Lunar Storm fades. And then you gain the Boon of a Loon, causing your next two bombs to do well, it's nerfed in PvP. This is actually the wrong numbers, but it's 150%, I'm pretty sure. So what is happening? I have no idea what this event is. Town build am I going with for BM? The multi-shot build. Okay, well that was a match of all time. Hi Yazra. Are most of the raid bosses aside from Fractalis in a multi-shot build? There's 3 bosses in like the middle that are no multi-shot probably. And the last 2 bosses are basically, well, last boss is potentially like full single target. There's like 2 sets in the dungeon journal that we'll see once it goes live tomorrow. But it's hard to understand exactly how the ads in this phase interact. He summons a Void Warden and a Nullbinder. And it's unclear exactly how this works. My thought is it works like the last boss in Shadow and Burial Grounds. They kind of just like walk across, or like the Emperors from Mogushon Vaults. They kind of just like walk across, but they're like mobs. And you like, I don't really understand if it's like an AoE fest or if it's like a single target thing. But we'll see pretty fast in like one pull. But basically this is potentially a full single target boss. So minus there's some light ads in the first phase. But this guy is very interesting. I feel like you would play multi here because there's like 2 target and then there's like a platform with ads. In fact, Fractalis is pure single and first 2 are, I would say, a pure single. You did a hard mode session and it got me so hyped for next week. Hell yeah. SSDS, what specs looking the best for M+. Right now it's kind of up in the air, SSDS. I would say the rating build is definitively MM. But key builds like more undecided. I feel like they're all good. Just at different things. That's how long the ads live. Yeah. It's true.
Is your query crucial? Cycles are short.
SSDS, I think I'm leaning MM early tier. Because MM's just like always better in low keys anyway. And then like super late tier, I might swap BM if it looks to be better. Because according to like Sims, it should be better. And like really high keys, but we'll see how that plays out. But basically, yeah, it's just MM at the start, and then later I might flex to more. Game sounds cozy. Dark Ranger MM was Giga fun. The M0s I did. Yeah. I'm basically leaning like kind of into playing like MMDR most places. Yeah. What about in raid? I think it's just definitively MM Dark Ranger on all bosses. No survival. I don't think survival has a particular niche where it would potentially overtake the other 2 in any content. But I will say that I'll still be playing all 3 specs as always. MMDR is sent at the start. Probably MMDR. Doing any dungeon on Mythic should reset your TP cooldown. Oh, you took the wrong BFA TP to the Metcon Island? Rip. I took Mr. Blizzard and he said they're buffing me and hack. Nice. Meeting's about to start. Oh, all right, chat. We're gonna mute for a little bit, and we're gonna go to Discord. All right. I'll be back in like 30 to 60 or something. I don't know. But we'll be doing content muted.
Champions, you have spilled the blood of Helya's minions. The time has come to enter Helheim itself and end the Sea Witch's dark reign. But first, our final challenge. Heimdall! Herja! Test the mettle of these mortals. I must be certain they possess the courage and skill needed for what is to come. Shall we be lenient with these pets of yours, Odin? Hold nothing back. I must know they are ready for the task ahead.
So be it! The unworthy shall be purged from the halls of valor!
Welcome to the Deep Hall Ravine, friends. Our job today, gather as many minerals and gems as we can carry before Oozjax gets to them. To do that, you'll have to stick close to the mine carts and grab hold of the shiny crystal in the center of the tracks. Let's get to it. I see a crystal down in the mines. Grab it before Oozjax gets to it.
This carnivore is going to the unbound.
Have a target.
One of our carts is loaded up. Make sure that it reaches its destination. I see a crystal down in the mines. Grab it before Oozjax gets to it.
I'm out of range. I don't have a target.
Sorry about that, Oozjax. This carnivore's going to the unbound. One of our carts is loaded up. Make sure that it reaches its destination. Welcome to the Deep Hall Ravine, friends. Our job today? Gather as many minerals and gems as we can carry before Oozjax gets to them. I see a crystal down in the mines. Grab it before Oozjax gets to it.
Need to get close.
myself whether you are worthy. It seems I have been too gentle. Your word is given. With you as my champions, Helya will fall, and I will at long last be free of the curse that binds me here. Tell me of your battles.
I don't have a target.
Beware, champions. Helya's realm is guarded by a savage beast, bred from the stuff of nightmare. Well fought. Now onward to Helya. This day her treachery shall be ended.
Oh no! Odin's mighty champions have come to end my reign. Whatever shall I do? So kind of you to deliver your souls to me. It will save my Valkyr the trouble of fetching them from the surface world.
I can't attack that target. I need a target.
Come, mortals. You have earned an eternal... Your souls belong to me! Soon you will join the ranks of my Kavaldir! Break upon the waves! Your efforts are for naught, mortals. Odin will never be free. Not win!
My ancient nemesis has been vanquished. The curse that bound me to the halls of valor is broken at last. Revel in the spoils of victory, worthy champions. The day will come when I have need of your courage and skill once more. Many ages have passed since my eyes looked upon the halls of Ulduar. Perhaps I should visit my Watcher kin. We have much to speak of. Farewell.
I've seen things that would scare you shellless. done talking to you anyway.
Listen. The balance must be maintained.
Be careful. Good luck, friend.
Haven't we done this before? It's so nice to see.
sir and ma'am.
I can't use that item yet.
I've seen... Come back with some better...
All right. Hello, chat. It's consumable time. Did the trinket bus from an hour ago mean anything for us? Let me look at them again. I think they showed up at the start of the meeting and then nothing changed in general. Basically a lot of people were running like really degen like new trinkets. Yeah, like Observer Soul Fetters was something crazy for us. That got fixed, but I don't know if anyone did that one. How many spreadsheets was it today? Way too many. Yeah, let me show you guys. Basically, this one was OP, and all of these were really good. And now they are like even. But all in all, I think nothing really changed. Here, am I crafting? Yeah, whatever your lowest item level pieces are or something maybe. Yeah, it's still a really good on use, but now it's not like I would say it's not worth farming, I think, because of how quickly it'll get replaced. But I think BM is dead. I think BM's completely fine. I was about to do the entire raid tier and all my keys as BM like yesterday, so I think it was completely fine. That BM was the best back. It was until MM is now better. We changed our build. And MM is better in raid 100%, and in keys it's like kind of up in the air. Like it's not as clear for keys.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
May I plan to stay with MM? Yeah. Basically MM's so strong that I wouldn't throw away like that much of a gain to play the other specs at any point, I don't think. But they changed? They changed nothing. We just started playing explosive shot talents.
If you find anything
And single target.
bring it to me.
I need to get closer.
Did I see the link? I did see you post it. I did not click it. Is it your kill? Oh, nice. You got it. Sent for Loki's at the start. Sent would be better at that in specific. I'm watching you kill it right now. I skipped to the end. Nice. Nice. What belt buff? I'm using critical chain. What was this number again? Or 790. That charge is trying to sim higher for you? Ooh. Maybe I should resend too. I was also thinking the mastery one might be worth for me. Need to kill it so early? Hmm. I don't know. You get to do anything. You could farm mounts. You could log off. You can get some nice rest. Log in early tomorrow. Alright, I'm simming myself. You gonna walk your dog? Nice. Wow, Freak, I feel like I was getting... I don't know if it's because all last season I was already playing like this, but you kind of need to you need to make sure you cue explosive shot before your aim shot ends. Like maybe what's your spell queue window? I wonder if that's playing a role of some sort. Ooh. Static charge. I gained 10k DPS. Critical chain was the next highest. And then it was the mastery one. And then it was the haste one. My basic rotation? Sure. So first you open with like an aim shot, and then I'm spamming explosive shot during it. Then I'm gonna instantly black arrow, and then rapid fire, and then true shot, aim shot, black arrow, aim shot, trying to black arrow again. I got it. Trying to black arrow again, didn't. So aim shot, black arrow, back to the start. Gonna rapid fire. Another aim. And we're low rolling in general. And so far that was like my opener. Oh. don't know why I just like moved to the side. That kind of trolled my rotation a little bit. My talk just set to 400. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's like a really weird time to get an explosive shot proc. Or a lock and load proc. Oh. I need to make sure I have enough focus to do the combo. I think that's the only part where I feel like I'm messing up in general. Why we're spamming explosive shot? So it's the exact same thing as last season. So you played this talent last season called Precision Detonation. And the way it works is explosive shot travels faster than your aim shot if you click them at the same time. The explosive shot hits first, and then the aim shot instantly explodes it. But you play this talent, so you're gonna get a lock and load afterwards. And so basically what you're doing is you're spending 20 focus on an explosive shot to get a free aim shot. And there's no cast time on that aim shot. And so that's the goal there. And then you're also, because you're already going into these two talent points, you're just going like, why not? I'll do magnetic gunpowder too. Because then you're getting explosive shot more often. And so now you're getting this faster aim shot that also gets a little bit of extra fire damage that has free cleave. That's kind of the main reason you're doing that. It's counterintuitive that the single target build has explosive shot and then the M plus version doesn't use it. Yeah, that is interesting. It's because of Phantom Pain. Just like the way this class is designed is, this is specifically good at like one target, and then it probably also gains value at like very high target counts, like 10 plus. But you're never really in those scenarios, so it's not really worth min-maxing for it. But like Phantom Pain's target cap to 8, and so is like everything else in your kit almost. So it's actually probably really useful to like go all in on this whole thing. That's my guessing of why the Sims would suggest that. Did anything change in the Mythic Plus rotation? No, nothing. I don't think any of the talents changed, besides you're playing Unerring Vision. Do you think explosive shot on cooldown a single target? More or less. Like, it's not quite that simple, but if it's up, you're gonna send it right after an explosive, or right after an aim shot every time. I did change that command, Preston, earlier today. I was getting we solved the chat spam issue. Yeah, we it's just this, and they're all here now. Yeah, I gotta spread the word. I see my regulars coming in doing the old command still. Oh, streamer, what DPS spec should you main this patch? What are your options? I feel like Frosty K still insane. I feel like Rogue's still insane. I feel like Havoc's insane. I feel like Feral's insane. Those are all melee though. If you want range, I feel like Mage is insane. I don't know if I want to say Warlock's insane. It's insane in Raid. I feel like most of you guys are M plusers. So I don't want to say Warlock. I don't know. I'm playing my Fizz comp and I'm pretty excited for it. When do you see the no beast cleave and plus build? When you get the new set, it becomes viable, but even then I'm not sold on playing it everywhere. I still prefer the multi-shot build. I'm really down to try anything. You've made Warlock and Warriors, probably anything but those. I feel like unless they nerf unless they nerf DK, I feel like you should try Frost DK. Unholy DK is also really good. And I don't know exactly when you would flex between them, but you probably could. Kick it with your Demo Warlock friend, but she's a Giga gamer. Yeah, Lux just caught a small nerf. Mostly raid focused. We'll see how that ends up being long term. My Fizz comp it's gonna be the same classes, but yeah, I think Walks might lean into sub or sin, depending on how Outlaw fares in our comp. And then I might be playing more BM because we're Fizz. But we'll have to see, because if MM's still ahead even with the extra Fizz dam, then we'll see. As I mentioned, rotation changes for Dark Ranger before you went to bed. I know what those are. Yeah, we play explosive shot talents. And you're basically trying to use explosive shot to get more aim shots. That's kind of like the goal. Basically, we're simming like 5.9 now. Single target, which is really close to like the good specs in Raid. And for keys, I think he's still cooking, I think. And so we'll see what the chef cooks. Yeah, no, I can't get the aim shot and explosive shot to work. I'm not sure. Were we before 4.9? I think we were a little higher than that. I think we were like 5.2 or 5.3 or something. BM was like 5.4. And MM was like a little bit under that or something. And then MM shot like way past everything. Kind of insane. This was stream. Yes. I'm sure he'll stream keys tomorrow. I'm not playing with him tomorrow. I am playing with the team on Wednesday and on Friday onwards, but I'm doing guild keys on Tuesday and Thursday. Am I ready tomorrow? Yeah. You think he's a DR for keys too, but if you want more AoE than sent? Yeah, I think that's the move, I think. I agree with that sentiment. Basically I'm leaning more Sentinel in like the more uncapped keys. And the more capped the key gets, the more I like Dark Ranger. Like Streets, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be playing Dark Ranger in. And Gambit, I'm unsure. I feel like that's a Sentinel key though. And then everything in between. Like Eco Dome Aldani is probably a Dark Ranger key. It's pretty small target count. Dawnbreaker is probably Dark Ranger key. Also pretty small target count. I guess like 8 the whole time. Squish's stream is just Squish Vegan, by the way. And am I streaming it? Yeah, I'll be streaming everything. Arguably, the movement Hunter has will be closer to the best specs and Sim suggests. That's true. I would say BM is the pinnacle of movement specs, and MM's like right there next to it. Especially with this iteration. Like the second you get instant cast explosive shots that lead you into a lock and load, and then rapid fire you can use while moving, and then black arrow you can use while moving. Like realistically, you only have to stand still to cast every like 8 seconds or something. Like I was on the dummy earlier on stream, like I did my rotation for like 3 minutes or something, and I feel like I was only ever moving like maybe every 10 seconds I had to do like 1 aim shot. Otherwise, I was just like side strafing, like going over here, like explosive shotting, and then black arrow, and then I was just lock and load, and then I was rapid fire, and then I was arcane shot, and then my explosive shot was back or something, and I was just like, all right, we're just all in. Very, very mobile.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. My directive has been fulfilled.
Can you get the day off work? Nice. I do think I kind of accomplished everything I wanted to do today. I did on this week, I did M0s on 5 of my characters. I did a bunch of delves. And yeah, I feel like I kind of accomplished everything. I want to turn some of this stuff off. Let's see. Let's see. Like I want to track my delve cache, but only this week. But I kind of wanted to track it. Oh, there it is. Delves. It just says a check mark. You know what we do if there's a good item that isn't here on Hero Track from a Delve 8, but is also a tier piece from M0? I feel like you would go with tier piece. I feel like that's the move. That could be a sim question, or it could also just be like, I don't know. I feel like I would almost always pick the tier. I can't see myself not, because That's gonna put you so far ahead for so long. Weapon versus tier piece. Well, my logic, I don't know if it's skewed because of the way I'll be keying and rating so fast, but like I'm gonna be in tens like on Tuesday, and then I'll have cleared heroic raid and normal raid probably by like Wednesday. And you can farm a heroic weapon from keys, but normal tier will have a large effect on your character specifically, let alone your entire raid if you play in a guild. But basically, if you get one piece from your vault, right, and then you get 2 catalyst charges that week, that's already 3 piece. And that means 2 weeks later, if you haven't looted another tier piece from your vault, then you'll catalyze your 4 piece, or you'll get 1 piece from your raid somehow. And so I feel like if you're choosing between a weapon and that, I feel like getting a weapon, I feel like is a very short-term gain, but a tier piece is a long-term gain and a short-term gain, I think, for you. Yeah, tier and then socket and then anything else. I think I agree with that, what Ian said. I have 3 vault slots. You can rerun them. You just don't get gear. So I just did 2 dungeons again. You could also craft a weapon if you really need to. That's true. You craft a mythic weapon on the next week. If you get tier, yeah, you get catalyst charge from 2k IO, 1600 PvP, or AOTC again. Yeah, exactly what Stiggity said. So it'd be the next week, but all right. Well, anyway, I think that is the end of the stream for today. I'm gonna get some long rest. Then I'll be up at reset and we will be gaming. If I raid Mythic, there's a high chance you'll see a weapon from the second boss. Yeah, and odds are you'll probably get something from your like you're one of the only hunters in your raid probably, so probably get something good there. Yeah, good night everyone. I'm sending you guys over to Zorthus. Ian.